There's that. All right, good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 9th, 2026 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Kraus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Present.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4. Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Today's invocation will be led by Chaplain Wes McDuffie. After the invocation and pledges, please remain standing for a special treat that I will introduce then. Please rise for the invocation and pledges.
Let us pray. Father, it's once more again, we just say thank you. Lord, we complain about weather and you give us good weather. We complain about it when it gets hot, when it's raining, when it's cool. Lord, we're so glad that you don't listen to us.
Yes.
We're so glad that you move according to your will in our lives, and that's on everything that we deal with.
Yes.
So today, Lord, we ask for your guidance. We ask for your support. We ask for your encouragement as we move forward and as decisions are made in this court and in this county. Lord, we ask your blessings upon Tarrant County as a whole, all the citizens thereof, every law enforcement agency, every first responder, everyone that lives in this county. And Lord, we're not selfish that we don't leave out the rest of this world. But Lord, we just ask today that of all that we're doing and all of the presentations being made, Lord, that we're all very thankful of the sacrifices and things that were made. Lord, we know there's some people that were sick among us. Yes. We know there's been some death in our camps. But Lord, we ask your blessings upon these families that are going through, the ones that are experiencing sickness, the ones that have experienced death. Lord, we just ask that you bless this family to continue to go through. And when it's all said and done, you'll get all of the victory for everything that's done. It's in Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I'm not sure everybody could hear you in the back. Could you repeat that? All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please remain standing. We will be led in honor of our nation's 250th birthday, the national anthem by Dr. Tricia Elliott, who's the Senior VP of Academic and Research Affairs and Chief Academic Officer and Designated Institutional Officer of JPS. Please welcome Dr. Elliott.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
Thank you, Dr. Elliott. That was fantastic. You all may be seated. And one last special treat. It's going to be tough to top that.
Indeed.
Joseph Jackson, our Director of Engineering, has some special patriotic music for us. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Jackson. All right, a great way to start. Thank you both. Now we have some agenda announcements from our County Administrator, Mr. Merritt.
I have to follow that. All right. Good morning, court members. A couple of announcements this morning. We have 4 items that we'll be holding until after closed. Those items are 9B1, 9D6, 9D7, and 9E20. Court members, we also have 4 items which have been withdrawn from the agenda. Those are under the consent agenda and purchasing items T10, T22, T24, and T30. And finally, court members, we have 5 items which have been pulled from the consent agenda for individual consideration. Those are items K2, N2, N5, P2, and T8.
Thanks, sir. Okay, Commissioners Court announcements. Do we have any announcements from our commissioners?
Yes, sir. I've got a few announcements. Good morning, all. Well, y'all can do better than that. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. All right. Act like you want to be here. I'd like to first announce that I'm excited about a partnership that my office is doing with JPS for a wellness fair. And I want to encourage everyone watching to join us this Saturday at the JPS Wellness Fair, hosted at the Trinity Springs location. Our community partners at JPS Health Network do tremendous work meeting people where they are, and this fair is a free opportunity for Tarrant County residents to access health screenings, wellness resources, and information about the services available to them. I hope to see many of our Precinct 1 neighbors there. This is a great opportunity for us to be able to experience all of the resources and things that are available to us at JPS Hospital. JPS is more than just a Trauma 1 level hospital. It is your community hospital. And so I hope to see all of our Precinct 1 and county residents at the fair this weekend. The second thing that I want to announce is our Juneteenth Freedom Vibes celebration. And if I could ask the CEO of the National Juneteenth Museum to rise as I give a shout out to the festivities that are coming. Jared Howard, would you please stand? Jared Howard is the curator of all things National Juneteenth Museum and the Freedom Vibe celebration. And let me tell you guys, we are going to celebrate and we are going to party like you haven't partied before. They have a laundry list of concerts. They got a chef coming in. They got a host of things that you can find on the National Juneteenth Museum website. Check them out on Instagram. And they got celebrities coming. Ladies, they've got, what's his name? Maurice Chestnut. You know that guy.
Morris.
Oh, Morris. See, I don't even know his name.
You're right.
Morris Chestnut is going to be in the building. My frat brother, Amari Hardwick, is going to be in the building. And so many others, you know. So I know you ladies out there love these guys. So please come out and celebrate. It's just around the corner, and I want to wish all of Tarrant County a meaningful and reflective Juneteenth holiday. This year, I encourage everyone to mark the occasion by attending the Freedom Vibe celebration at the National Juneteenth Museum here in Fort Worth, a fitting tribute to Dr. Opaley's lifelong work and a celebration of freedom that belongs to all of us. Tarrant County is proud to be home to this national institution. Also, June is Men's Mental Health Month. Too often, men carry stress, anxiety, depression, and life's challenges in silence. This month serves as a reminder that seeking help is a sign of strength, not weakness. Everyone, check in on the men in your life. Start the conversation. Listen without judgment, and let's support one another. On July the 29th, my office will be hosting our inaugural Construction Industry Career Fair with the City of Everman. I'm excited to invite Tarrant County residents to the Construction Industry Career Fair on Tuesday, July 29th, hosted in partnership with the City of Everman at the Everman Civic Center. This event is the result of months of collaboration between my office and the City of Everman, and it has one clear goal: connect 50 Precinct 1 residents directly to good-paying construction careers. We have assembled a strong list of employers, and we're meeting people where they are in their own community. More details and registration information will be released shortly through our link tree at Commish Miles. June is Pride Month, and I want to extend a warm and happy Pride to every member of our LGBTQ plus community across Tarrant County. Tarrant County is a place where every resident, regardless of who they are or who they love, they deserve to feel seen, heard, and valued and protected. This month is a celebration of the inclusion and diversity that makes our county strong, and I'm proud to stand with our LGBTQ plus neighbors, families, and friends. Happy Pride Month. Lastly, I want to recognize the passing of two stalwarts in our community. Penny Blossom. Today, I want to take a moment to recognize the passing of a true cornerstone of our East Fort Worth community, Miss Penny Blossom. Penny was a longtime East Fort Worth resident and a dedicated employee of the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce, where she led the East Area Council and championed the businesses, residents, and revitalization of East Fort Worth with tireless energy and an unmistakable heart. Her impact will be felt for years to come. And on behalf of Precinct 1 and the entire Commissioners Court, I extend my deepest condolences to her family, friends, and the East Fort Worth community that knew her best. May she rest in peace. Lastly, I want to recognize the passing of one of our regular attendees of Commissioners Court, Miss Stella Fair.
Yes.
She was a community advocate and fighter for justice who would always hold me accountable. She would call me. She was old school. She had one of those house phones. She didn't have a cell phone. So when she would call me, I would have to call her like 6 or 7 times just to catch her. But she would always hold me accountable on the decisions that I made, and she would always remind me my responsibility is to the people that I'm honored and privileged to serve. So we are going to miss Miss Fair deeply. She was a great advocate and a great fighter for justice, and she left a mark on each and every one of us. Lastly, I've got the Vital Link program. We're going to recognize our students and sponsors. Where are all of our Vital Link students? Are they in? Oh, they're over. Okay. I want to welcome the students from Fort Worth ISD who are here with us today as a part of the Vital Link program. The Vital Link program gives our students real exposure to careers in law, government, and business. And that kind of access is life-changing. I want to specifically thank Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson for being a longtime supporter of the Vital Link program. Their continued investment in our young people is exactly the kind of public-private partnership that strengthens our community and our workforce. Thank you for being here today, students, and welcome to Commissioners Court. Those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Yes. I just wanted to also acknowledge the passing of Stella Fair. Got the news last week and was shocked to hear it, but she is a regular here. She was concerned about the county and how this county was being operated. And she did learn how to text,
Oh,
just in case you didn't know.
I guess you just like calling me from the house.
Okay, because she texted me and she called. And so I'm going to miss her. She was very, very concerned about the community, the people, the budget, elections, just all of it. And so we always say we wish more people paid attention to local governance. Well, Stella Fair did, and I appreciated her for that and for her support of me in this seat. So condolences to her family and to all of us who considered her family.
Yes, tomorrow is the Transportation Summit, Tarrant County Transportation Summit, which my predecessor, Gary Fickus, started. This is the 16th year now that we're doing it. So we're keeping that alive. It should be a great lineup. Hopefully all the commissioners will be there if you want to be there. Still time to get some tickets, still time to be there. TarrantTransportationSummit.com. You can find all the information. I want to congratulate our Chief of Staff, Mike Garcia. Since the last time we met, he went from a family of 7 to a family of 8. So congrats on the new baby. And if he falls asleep during session, that's okay. So we're happy to have you here. We also have one of our interns here, Jacob Lewis, who's interning in our office this summer. He's here today, so welcome to him. And I know this may not be very popular in North Texas, but I grew up in San Antonio, so I want to say go Spurs go, and let's finish this thing in New York. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, 2 items. One, the Texas Historical Commission has presented the 2025 Distinguished Service Award to the Tarrant County Historical Commission in recognition of its active and well-balanced preservation program. So congrats to the Tarrant County Historical Commission on that honor. And then the second item, I think everybody has seen and read or heard about screwworm. There are no confirmed, there's no rumored screwworm incidents or exposure in Tarrant County, but we are monitoring it. I was on a call this morning. There have been multiple calls with federal officials, state officials, so we are monitoring it. The state is monitoring it closely. Our public health director is doing a great job and bringing in a lot of good improvements, and so he's on top of it also. So wanted to make people aware of that. But it is a good idea to check your pets, and of course, we still have a lot of areas in this county where there's a lot of livestock, so check your livestock. This stuff is spreading, and hopefully we'll stop it, but we'll let you know through every social media channel we have if there are any confirmed incidents or diagnoses, I don't know what you call it, of screw cases, how about that, of screwworm hitting Tarrant County.
Judge, I forgot one. I just wanted to bring up, I wanted to congratulate the Sheriff's Office and Chief Herklotz. They just were recently examined by the commission that looks at those things for the state, and they came back with no technical assistance needed. And what that means is that no corrective action was needed during inspection. During that inspection, they walked the Green Bay facility, corrections, Lon Evans facility, and Belknap. MHMR was there. Thank you for your work. JPS was there. Thank you for your work. Chad Raines and his jail facilities team, thank you for your work. And then Chief Herklotz and his entire team. So I want to congratulate them. That's not easy to do, to have no corrective action on that inspection. Our office actually went and took a tour of that a week or two ago. I would encourage all the commissioners, if you haven't done that, as Chandler always says, it's like its own city down there, and they do an incredible job. And so I just wanted to thank them and tell them that we appreciate their technical perfection in the last examination, inspection.
You know, I was in on when the findings were announced. I was in the meeting from the state folks to all of the upper level staff of the sheriff's office. It was a glowing review.
Yeah.
A very good report.
It's great.
So,
Great job, Sheriff and Chief Herklotz.
all right, next we come to public comment for proclamations, resolutions, and presentations. So if you've signed up to speak in two different places, you have 1 minute total. We see 6 that have signed up to speak in both places. So the total time you get to speak, whether it's 1 or 2, is 1 minute. I will call your names now. Maybe, if we get to this. Okay, I'm going to call them in order. We know we have some people in the spillover room, so I'm going to call 4 in advance. If you are in the spillover room, hear your name called, please make your way here so we can get you up here and move this at a good pace. So the first is Mindy Tackett, then Allison Campolo, then George Dodson, then Ryan Pope.
Happy Pride Month. It's a wonderful thing to be here today
It's 1 minute.
to celebrate the Help Center. So I'm Gen X, and I grew up with Mr. Rogers. And he was a very gentle soul who taught so many of us about empathy and looking out for our neighbors. And one of the things he would always say his mother told him was, look for the helpers. The helpers. So he didn't say look for the bigots. Matt, he didn't say look for the homophobes. Tim, he didn't say look for the Christian nationalists or the dominionists who want to shove their narrow-minded brand of religion down everyone's throats. He said look for the helpers. And so here we are today honoring the Help Center. And there's always going to be people in our community who want to choose fear over compassion, but we are super grateful, Commissioner Simmons, that you choose to celebrate the helpers, and you're doing it during Pride Month. So the vast majority of us, I want everyone to know, the vast majority
Thank
of
you.
us celebrate.
Please take a seat.
Thank you.
Next, Allison Campolo, then George Dodson, then Ryan Pope, then Mary Calloway.
Good morning. My name is Allison Campolo. I'm not introducing myself using my title because I don't think this conversation should be partisan. I'm in strong support of the proclamation honoring the Help Center. I am profoundly disappointed by those opposing this proclamation, and I think it's important to note that the call to action to oppose this proclamation did not even cite the correct organization. The Facebook post asking people to come today to speak against this proclamation still, as of this moment, asks people to come to speak against a group called LGBTQ Saves, which, while a group I personally find very helpful and important, is fundamentally different than the Help Center, which provides healthcare services at no charge to the patients or to the county taxpayers. And because I don't think this is a conversation that should be one-sided, I want to provide you with some wisdom from elected officials and figureheads, which I hope will be meaningful to you, although maybe I only have time for one, so I'll leave you with this. As your president, I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens from the violence and oppression of foreign, hateful ideology, President Donald Trump. Please vote in favor of this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dodson, then Ryan Pope, Mary Calloway, Karen Wiseman.
Good morning, Commissioners. I come today opposed to recognizing the Help Center for the damage that they have done to our community, sponsoring events that make the LGBTQ lifestyle look normal. The Bible clearly tells us that God created man and woman, two sexes. God punished Sodom and Gomorrah for the homosexual lifestyle. As I just said, I'm very much against this. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Thank you. Next, Ryan Pope, Mary Calloway, Karen Wiseman, Linda Ford.
Members of the court, thank you. I'm here on item 7.7. I have no objection to the Health Center's healthcare work. My concern is with the resolution itself. It allocates no funding and enacts no policy. It is entirely ceremonial, and yet two of its clauses have nothing to do with healthcare. One names the Help Center as a cultural home for the LGBTQ plus community. The other promotes Trinity Pride Fest. The remaining 10 clauses address actual healthcare. This is a familiar pattern. In March 2025, Commissioner Simmons embedded references to sexual identity, among other things, including gun violence and immigration reform, into a social work proclamation, not quite related. When this court requested amendments, her response was, I am not amenable to amending or editing my proclamation. She preferred a recorded party line vote to a consensus one. That is political theater, not governance. Let us be honest about the purpose of this resolution, recognizing the Help Center rather than idolizing one group to the exclusion of others. I thus request the court amend this resolution, remove the two advocacy clauses, replace the culturally affirming healthcare with comprehensive healthcare. If Commissioner Simmons accepts those amendments, this resolution may pass
Thank you, sir.
without objection. Thank you.
Next, we have a Mary Calloway, then Karen Wiseman, Linda Ford, DJ Johannesson. Is a Mary Calloway here? All right, next we move to Karen Wiseman. Next we move to Linda Ford. All right, next we move to DJ Johannesson, then Catherine Godby, then Tyler Romaguera, then Reed Bills.
Good morning, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. On behalf of the Help Center for the LGBTQ Health, thank you for this recognition and for acknowledging the more than 30 years of service to Tarrant County. HELP was founded in 1994 by two Catholic nuns and the mother of somebody who was dying with AIDS. From the beginning, the mission has always been simple: promote health and prevent disease, and care for people who much too often have nowhere else to turn. Last year alone, the HELP provided healthcare services to more than 7,000 Texans, delivering $70 million worth of medication, medical care, and support services free of charge. Our work prevents more than 200 new HIV infections annually, saving lives and reducing healthcare costs. Recently, there's been inflammatory and inaccurate statements made about our organization, but misinformation does not change the truth. I am reminded of the scripture in John 8:32, then you will know the truth,
sir.
and the truth.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next we have Ms. Godby, then Tyler Romaguera, then Reed Bills, then Charles Bills.
I want to thank Commissioner Miles and Simmons for remembering Stella Fair. It was a huge loss, her death. Okay, first, if you plan to vote no on recognizing the Help Center, be aware that your fear and hatred are showing. Anyone with a drop of empathy or a hint of true Christian caring would only say thank you to this organization and the amazing work that it does. Second, despite the nice language used about the responsible fatherhood, plenty of people know what this is really about: the perceived individual moral failure of Black men, which is ridiculous. Nowhere does this resolution mention the fact that Black men are incarcerated at about 5 times the rate of white men due to the reality of systemic racism. Thank you.
Next we have Tyler Romaguera, Reed Bills, Charles Bills, and Alan Lobaugh.
Morning. I would like to begin by first correcting a sophomoric error in the first whereas clause. Rita Collerly left the church in 1990, 4 years before HELP was founded. She was not a nun when the organization was founded. So right off the bat, Commissioner Simmons, you're wrong. What is most egregious about this mendacious statement is the diabolical attempt at skewing the teaching of the Catholic Church, an attempt to yoke her to LGBT ideology. Let me conclude then by briefly articulating what the Catholic Church actually teaches. All sexual acts outside of marriage are inherently sinful. Marriage is a union of one man and one woman, and is by its nature ordered towards the procreation of offspring. Sodomy and other illicit sexual acts are definitionally incapable of fulfilling this capacity for 2 reasons. First, 2 men and 2 women cannot marry, regardless of what the courts say. Therefore, all sexual acts engaged in between homosexuals are outside of marriage and are therefore sinful. Second, homosexual acts are by their nature sterile and opposed to procreation. Shame on you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Reed Bills, Charles Bills, Alan Lobaugh, and Chris Christopher.
I have a son who was previously my daughter, who grew up in Tarrant County. As an adult, he moved to California, where he could receive the support and health services that the Help Center now provides county residents. These services are needed for disease control and medical assistance to a valued population of our community. I fully support the presentation of this resolution.
Thank you.
Next, we have Charles Bills, Alan Lobaugh, Chris Christopher, and Paul David Williams.
I'm also in support of the LGBT Health Center resolution, and I would like to just suggest if anyone on the dais does not want to support it, they do have the option of abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Lobaugh, then Mr. Christopher, then Mr. Williams, then Ben Darling.
I stand in favor of this proclamation about the great work that the Help Center is doing. If you are offended by it, I wonder what offends you. Maybe free condoms because that goes against our abstinence-only policy, or maybe just that you're offended that there are trans people who exist. I like what was said at the Supreme Court. You can deny our rights, but you cannot deny our existence. I too am part of a community that's been oppressed, even tortured, and yes, executed. You can't tell by looking at me that I've been an abomination. People have called me sinister, of the devil, because I'm left-handed. I invite you to look at this photo. It used to be in our textbooks. It's of Hazel Evans yelling at Elizabeth Eckford, "Go back to Africa." Others in the crowd said they should all be lynched. Be careful who you hate. It might be someone you love.
Next, we have Mr. Christopher, Mr. Williams, Mr. Darling, and Ren D. Cardenas.
I speak today on behalf of every family in Tarrant County who refuses to be silent. Notice the name. This organization was once simply called HELP. It is now the Help Center for LGBTQ plus Health. Every commissioner who votes yes today is not simply endorsing healthcare. You are formally commending an organization that promotes sexual perversion, affirms mental illness as identity, and advances the very lifestyle driving the sexually transmitted disease crisis in this country. This is what a yes vote means. Own it or oppose it. The CDC's own data shows that men who have sex with men account for 70% of new HIV diagnoses. You're being asked to commend the organization accelerating that crisis, not contain it, commend it. We put the 10 Commandments out in front, and we can't post God's law on the walls and formally recognize this organization. It's not consistency, it's contradiction. Isaiah says, woe to those who call evil good and good evil. This is not political, this is spiritual. Vote no, please.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, Paul David Williams. Okay. Following Mr. Williams, Ben Darling, Ren D. Cardenas, and Gail Smith.
How long do I have?
You have 1 minute. Would you please start it over? When you come to the microphone, please be ready with your comments.
Have they saved lives? Have they provided condoms to protect people from transmitting diseases? Have they made available medication for people that need treatment? Have they tested people for HIV and AIDS? Have they provided treatment with medication? Have they provided testing for other sexual transmitted diseases? Have they provided treatment for other sexual diseases? Do you consider the citizens worthy of being tested through their agency? Are you willing to award them for saving the lives of fellow citizens?
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ben Darling, Ren D. Cardenas, Gail Smith, and Nydia Cardenas.
Hello. First, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak in support of this resolution honoring the Help Center. The center provides incredibly important and meaningful care in our community, and I believe the information provided in Commissioner Simmons' resolution honestly speaks for itself. Over 7,000 Texans were served in 2025, along with the CDC statistical model indicating that the center prevents 200 new HIV transmissions annually back up the strength of the data provided. In addition to the data contained within the resolution, the sentiments provided by people served at the Help Center serve as another example of the phenomenal work they are doing. All that being said, voting against this resolution would be a shame. Clearly, the macro data in the written resolution and testimonials from people that have interacted with the Help Center show what their work means. They truly have covered their bases on what it means to change Fort Worth for the better. Commissioner Ramirez and O'Hare, as my representatives, I strongly encourage you to support this resolution.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ren D. Cardenas, Gail Smith, Nydia Cardenas, David Malone. Do we still have a spillover room? Okay.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Ren D. Cardenas. I use all pronouns, and I am a lifelong resident of Tarrant County. I am gay and gender fluid, and I have a brother who is pansexual and non-binary. Not everyone has the same acceptance that me and my brother have found. This is evident by some of the other speakers here today. It's made more apparent by the mass amounts of studies that highlight the higher levels of violence that queer people face. According to the Williams Institute of Law, we are 5 times more likely to be the targets of violent crimes. According to the Trevor Project, 46% of LGBTQ people from ages 18 to 24 will experience sexual assault or rape, while 37% of younger LGBTQ people will experience the same crimes. Why? Because we cannot find acceptance simply for who we love. When a person cannot find acceptance in their family, then they need to be able to find the acceptance in their community. That is what the Help Center for LGBTQ+ provides. While I have not needed their services, I am thankful that they have helped so many people. I urge all of you, especially my elected representatives, Commissioner Miles and Judge O'Hare, to support.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Next, we have Gail Smith, Nydia Cardenas, David Malone, and Rebecca DeLon.
Good morning, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. I came to speak against the proclamation and to proclaim a better word. I'm speaking to anyone listening who would profess Christ as Lord and Savior. This is against God. The LGBTQ agenda is one that has harmed our communities. Why would we honor anything that harms children? Let's be clear. There is redemption and a beautiful life of freedom waiting for anyone who says yes to God. But this agenda to exploit and mutilate children only to fortify their brokenness and lead them down prodigal road is evil. A few weeks ago, you adopted a proclamation to bring awareness to child abuse. Then let's do that. This agenda abuses children. I was in downtown Dallas, and I saw that they erected a flag, a trans flag, next to the Texas and the American flag. I think Dallas has lost its way. Let's bring awareness to this also. Tarrant County belongs to the Lord.
Thank you. Next, we have Nydia Cardenas, then David Malone, Rebecca DeLon, and Deborah Kratke.
Hello. I think last time I checked, your job as elected leaders is not to decide who's going to deserve grace in the afterlife. That's above your pay grade. Your job is the one that we elected, the people of Tarrant County elected you to, is to protect the health, dignity, and wellness of every single resident in Tarrant County while they are here living their lives in the physical world. And the Help Center is basically doing part of that job for you by supporting some of our most underserved and vulnerable neighbors. I met a family this weekend who shared with me that they are thinking about moving from Tarrant County because it feels unsafe for their trans child. And I think that that's something that we need to be talking about. How do we make sure that all people in our community are safe? And again, it's not your job to say what they're doing is right or wrong as an elected leader. Your job is to keep them safe, no matter the choices that they're making for their own families. And my commissioner is not here, but if he were, I would tell him that the way to turn the temperature down in politics is not by sitting silently or abstaining, but actually by the votes that you're making. And it feels pretty hot in here today.
Next, we have David Malone, Rebecca DeLon, Deborah Kratke, and James Trask.
Hello, sir. My name is David Malone. I'm the president of the Mid-City Stonewall Democrats. I'm here today to support Alyssa Simmons because she supports us, the gay community. And I just want to say, as a member or the president of the Mid-City Stonewall Democrats, we want to be neighbors and get along and live peaceably with the conservative Christian mega Republicans. And with that, please support this resolution for the Help Center because it helps us all benefit with affordable health care. Thank you for giving me the allowance to speak today.
Thank you. Next, we have Rebecca DeLon, Deborah Kratke, James Trask, Jane Collins.
When I saw you were voting on a resolution to recognize the Help Center for its generous contribution to the health of the LGBTQ plus community, I thought surely this will not be controversial, because what could be wrong with recognizing people who provide a supportive community, medical care and costly medications at no cost? But I worry that we have become so polarized we cannot tolerate people who do not think, behave, believe the same things we do. And so we judge them, exclude them, and refuse to acknowledge them. Tarrant County is a minority-majority county and home to many faith traditions. We are politically split and have different worldviews and visions. Our citizens' economic realities, educational backgrounds, and life experiences vary tremendously, as do sexual orientations and preferences. Recognizing the Help Center is not a political act, it is a moral one, to affirm compassion, inclusion, and the common good for all.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Kratke, then Mr. Trask, Ms. Collins, and Brian Patman.
I had a really great thing written up, but it's 2 minutes instead of 1. So I'll just say that Tarrant County currently has an estimated 7,183 people living with HIV. That's 7,183 individuals who have people who love them, who have hopes, who have dreams, people who now have a real chance at living with this disease, not dying from it. I've known people with AIDS, and unfortunately, I've known people who died from it. But I'm heartened at the advancements that have been made in this community and across the nation to help people with HIV. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for recognizing this organization, and thank you to the Help Center for serving many people and giving them a shot at life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Trask, then Ms. Collins, then Brian Patman, then Carla Morgan.
Hi, my name is Tanner Trask, and I have the honor of serving at Westside Unitarian Universalist Church here in Fort Worth, Texas. Commissioner Miles, in your precinct. And as a person of faith, it does my heart very good to see Tarrant County recognizing the Help Center for LGBT Health. They do good work in our community, and they promote that all bodies in Tarrant County, trans bodies, intersex bodies, cis bodies, all of us really, that our bodies are whole, holy, and worthy of love and care as they are. So Commissioner Simmons, thank you so much for bringing this proclamation forward. Judge O'Hare and Commissioner Krause, I do hope for your support. This is a county I've lived in since I was 12 years old. I'd be very proud to see us recognize this wonderful group. And as a Unitarian minister said back in 1930, one of our jobs here on earth is to make this planet a little more like heaven and a little less like that other place. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins, then Brian Patman, Carla Morgan, Sabrina Ball.
My name is Jane Collins, and I want to thank Elisa Simmons for putting this proclamation forward to support the Help Center, because I really believe that y'all means all. I really believe that, and I really appreciate that, you know, when we have government officials that try to recognize that rather than judge people as if they're representing God.
Right.
So thank you so much. And I also just wanted to agree with Catherine Godby about judgment against, I think it's against black men for, you know, not being responsible for their families. And if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but I was a little worried about that proclamation coming up. Thank you.
Next, we have Brian Patman, Carla Morgan, Sabrina Ball, Laura Oakley.
The Apostle Paul instructs the Galatians, "For you are called for freedom, brothers, but do not use this freedom as an opportunity for the flesh. Rather, serve one another through love. For the whole law is fulfilled in one statement, namely, you shall love your neighbor as yourself." When we ask if the Tarrant Help Center deserves commendation, we must ask ourselves honestly, each of us, are we opposed to this commendation because the program is ineffective and lacking? Does it fail to serve the people of Tarrant County or waste public tax dollars? Well, the Help Center takes up not a dime of taxpayer funding. And according to CDC, the program prevents 200 plus new HIV cases every year. 2/3 of these patients are neighbors, are ethnic minorities who make up most of new HIV infections. The center accomplishes this Herculean task of making sure that patients lacking insurance can afford care. Or are we opposed to this commendation because of the population that this program serves? Would the court of the public be more interested in passing this commendation if the population serves and the treatments it offered were different? Roderick Miles, Tim O'Hare, as my representatives, I urge you to pass this resolution.
Thank you. Next, we have Carla Morgan, Sabrina Ball, Laura Oakley, Cameron Berman.
My name is Carla Morgan. I live in Arlington. I'm here as an LGBTQ grandmother with a transgender teen, also as a community ally. I stand in support of the LGBTQ Help Center and their important life-saving contributions to our community. The current estimated population of Tarrant County is 2.26 million, and in line with the state percentage of 5.1%, 115,000 members of our community are also members of the LGBTQ community. Last year, the Help Center provided approximately $60 million in care to almost 6,000 community members. A previous speaker did provide more accurate demographics. All of this was provided at no charge to patients and with the use of no taxpayer funds. I hope you will notice my frequent use of the word community. Community is me, my grandson, my neighbors, my LGBTQ friends, and you. Community is
Thank you.
everyone.
Next, we have Sabrina Ball, and Laura Oakley, Cameron Berman, and Hillary Benedetto.
I've watched this side of the court completely ignore and frankly be hostile to the people of Tarrant County. To be true public servants, you have to hold the interest of the people, consider all the people in the county, even those you believe are living in sin. But time and again, you decide what is acceptable, you redefine words and terminology that don't need redefined, you ignore data, and you install ideology on your lawn. Publicly recognizing a place that helps people, that serves people, does not harm you. In fact, it would show the county that despite differing beliefs, you have the capacity to recognize helpers and recognize something good. I look at you and I know that you have queer people in your families, people I hope that you love and treat with respect, because God actually tells you to, in spite of your opinion of their lifestyle. Would those people go out of their way to insult you? I don't think so. And I would like to take a moment to recognize Stella Fair, who's no longer with us. I think she would support this proclamation today. Thank you.
Next, we have Laura Oakley, Cameron Berman, Hillary Benedetto, and Doreen Geiger.
Hi, Laura Oakley. I'm against this proclamation, but not for the same reasons as a lot of people. I agree. Y'all means all. I think we should love all people. I love the Bible. I follow God. I want those things as well. But what I want from the organizations that have governance over Fort Worth and Tarrant County is that they stay neutral on these types of things. This organization, if they only focused on health, that'd be fantastic. But they don't. They're the ones that started the Drag Yourself to the Pole events with drag queens in reaching out to children. They organize queer and trans liberation march, and they strongly push gender-affirming care. We call that care, I call it abuse to children, okay? So if you're not of age at 18, you should be making those decisions. So they help children and teens get transgender medical treatments. They promote these radical ideas. These kinds of proclamations divide people. They hurt our public trust, and they bring extreme politics into normal government work. I'd rather see us stay neutral on these things and support the things we all
Thank you.
love.
Next, we have Cameron Berman, then Hillary Benedetto, Doreen Geiger, and Carlos Tercios. Is Cameron Berman here? Okay, Hillary Benedetto. Following Ms. Benedetto, Doreen Geiger, and then Carlos Tercios.
I am Hillary Benedetto from Grapevine. As the Grapevine Rotary Club's 2013 Ken Deem Service Above Self Award recipient, I know a little about community service. In Grapevine and Tarrant County, we have many nonprofit organizations who provide a great deal of essential services to its citizens. Since 1994, the Tarrant County Help Center for LGBTQ+ Health has provided access to free HIV testing, STI prevention, condom distribution, and other programs. Commissioner Alyssa Simmons has introduced Resolution Number 7 to recognize the Help Center in a formal written expression for their 32 years of service. A few people do not want you to vote for this resolution based on false information. The Help Center has indeed contributed to the health, dignity, and wellness of the people of Tarrant County. Grapevine Mayor William D. Tate has contributed 50 years of public service through his leadership to my city. Therefore, I am for both agenda items 7 and 8.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Next is Ms. Geiger, then Mr. Tercios, then Alexander Montalvo, then Aisha Hassan.
Decades ago, I had a friend who had hemophilia, a rare bleeding disorder caused by the inability for blood to clot. If he got a scratch, he would bleed so much that he would have to have a blood transfusion. At that time, nobody understood anything about AIDS and did not know blood transfusions could spread AIDS to patients. My friend was one of the first people in Texas who died of AIDS. He was not gay, but still died of what many people later thought was a disease that only affected gay people. Tarrant County is fortunate to have the Help Center, which has provided comprehensive health and education services for years. I congratulate all of the Help Center staff and volunteers who work to help keep Tarrant County healthy.
Thank you. Carlos Tercios present. All right, now we have Alexander Montalvo, Aisha Hassan, Janet Mattern, and Robert Van. Do we still have spillover? Okay.
No Carlos, no Manny. You can see weak Latino leadership whenever they are too scared to show up. I'm here to support the Help Center proclamation. Thank you so much, Commissioner Simmons, for putting this on the agenda. Anybody who is trying to hide behind their faith in a church like Mercy Culture, where you like to run to, Tim, is no different than the people who hid in plain sight with the KKK headquarters a mile up the street. That building and the hate that it brings and the people that represent it here in this Commissioner's Court shows that the new headquarters of hate is here in the Commissioner's Court led by you. Let's pass this proclamation.
Thank you.
Next, Aisha Hassan, Janet Mattern, Robert Van, Harriet Harrell.
My name is Aisha Hassan, and I'm here to share my strong support for the resolution recognizing Help Center for LGBTQ+ Health that has been put forward by Commissioner Alyssa Simmons. Thank you. I strongly encourage my elected representatives, Commissioner Manny Ramirez and Judge Tim O'Hare, to support this resolution. As commissioners of Tarrant County, it is your duty to represent all constituents, regardless of how they identify and who they love. It is essential that we honor the work of this decades-old institution that has impacted countless lives through preventative health care, among other services. To oppose this resolution would be to stand against the shared humanity of all people and intentionally sow division in our community. So I urge you, commissioners and Judge Tim O'Hare, to fully support the resolution and honor the value of every member of the community you have vowed to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Mattern, Robert Van, Harriet Harrell, and Nicholas Terziak are the last four for this section.
Hello, my name is Janet Mattern. I want to thank y'all for honoring Stella Fair. She's an inspiration to me and everyone. As our voting director for the League of Women Voters, she's done tremendous work for us, and we can't thank her enough for what she's done. I'm here today to speak on the resolution regarding celebration of our sesquicentennial. This resolution is a perfect example of why politicians should not write our history books. This resolution should not be controversial, but instead it pushes disinformation, portraying your version of history. Words matter. Our founding fathers knew it. Rather than using religious doctrine, they chose words that would unite our nation. We must all work to ensure we keep our long-fought ideals for freedom and a multi-racial.
Next, we have Mr. Van, Ms. Harrell, Mr. Terziak.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for your resolution recognizing the Help Center for LGBTQ Health. Some Christo-fascist hate groups continue to target the LGBTQ community, and today aim their venom at this resolution. These groups like to disguise themselves as Christians, while they are nothing but a mockery of the biblical Jesus. The biblical Jesus is quoted in Matthew chapter 7 as saying, "So in everything, do to others as you would have them do to you, for this is the law and the prophets." There are also the parables of the Good Samaritan and the judgment of nations. The biblical Jesus never condemns homosexuality. Jesus is quoted as speaking about, but not condemning, eunuchs who were born that way, which in his day meant men who were not attracted to women. And the Bible says he actually healed a young man who was almost certainly the homosexual lover of a Roman centurion. The term homosexual did not enter the Bible until 1946, when translators with an axe to grind translated a word that for centuries meant boy molester as homosexual.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Dr. Harrell and then Nicholas Terziak.
I oppose the language of the resolution on the 250th. County government should represent every citizen. Saying America's principles are founded in the Judeo-Christian tradition is not historical fact, and it excludes many citizens. The foundation of America is the freedom of all faiths and no faith. Nor were the 10 Commandments given to create the American government. They are a religious code. The Constitution is our civic code, and it specifically prohibits government from enforcing at least 4 of the 10 Commandments. Please table and rewrite this proclamation to represent all of Tarrant County.
Is Mr. Terziak present? Okay. Seeing not, we will now go to the actual proclamations and resolutions. First is employee recognition. So I will call your name as I normally do, grouped by year. We ask you to stand when I call your name. Our 5-year employees: Marisol Aguilar, Clarissa Aguilar, Kimberly Chison, Nathan Dancer, Letithis Fountain, Chad Guest, Madeline Jacobs, Lauren Lawrence, Frank Lidke, Manuel Lujan, James McClinton, Stephanie McElroy, Natalie Medina, Victoria Reyes, Jesus Robledo, Carlos Romero, bless you, Ambrosia Weber, Angela Wersbicki, and Carly Young. Thank you for 5 years. We appreciate you all very much. Now for our 10-year employees. Please stand as I call your name. Eric Alvarez, Clarence Bullocks, Catherine Engel, Matthew Exter, Michael Hawkins, Jasmine Herrera, Brittany Pete, Joseph Rahal, Curtis Stone, Mark Taylor, Aaron Taylor, and Ruth Zavala. Thank you for 10 years of service to Tarrant County. We appreciate all of you. Now for our 15-year employees, please stand as I call your name if you're present. Erica Bates, Jimmy Cantu, Michael Graves, Felicia Holly, Natalie Juarez, Stephanie Serrato, and Michael Williams. Thank you all for 15 years. We appreciate you. Now for those who have given Tarrant County 2 decades. First, John Good, Nicole Marin, Jennifer Ramos, Charlotte Sadler, and William Travis. Thank you for 2 decades. We have 3 25-year employees to celebrate today. Please stand if you are present. Kevin Bruton, Cherry Crane, and Scott McEndry. All right, well, wherever you guys are, I know we had a lot of people say they were on vacation. Thank you for 25 years to those 3. We appreciate you. And 3 30-year employees. I know 2 of these cannot make it. John Kiefer III, Pamela Leary, and Donna Turner. 3 decades of service to Tarrant County. Thank you 3 very much. We appreciate you. And how about another big hand for all of our employees? We appreciate you very much. I make a motion to receive and file the employee recognition.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. For our employees who are present and want to go to a reception in your honor on the 4th floor, you may leave now, but you are certainly welcome to stay. And we thank you. All right, next we have a proclamation recognizing Elder Abuse Awareness Month. And we have quite a few people here today to receive this. Nisa Muhammad from Adult Protective Services, Judge Patricia Burns, Tarrant County Probate Court Number 1, Angela Gaither, Court Investigator at Tarrant County Probate 1, and Cassidy Brady Hatfield. Sharice Overstreet and Vanessa Mura Capon, Tarrant County Assistant Court Investigators, Probate Court 2. Robert McCann, Brooke Stevenson, David Blackshear, and Hunter Flores, City of Fort Worth Code Compliance Boarding Home Division. Lynn Scott, Texas Elder Justice Coalition Guardianship Services, Inc. Lindsay Stanley, Guardianship Services, Inc. Mariella Portugal, Adult Protective Services. Eureka Pinky, CareMates Wellness Solutions. Zach Wheeler, Great Worth, Texas, Tarrant County APS Community Board. Christina Restum, OPCO, Tarrant County APS Community Board, and Alyssa Deaton from Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County. I'm going to read this proclamation and ask all of you to come forward as I do. Recognizing Elder Abuse Awareness Month helps prevent the abuse and neglect of older adults who should be honored and protected. As those who paved the way before us, members of Tarrant County's elderly population deserve our respect and care. As we age, we grow in knowledge, experience, insight, and wisdom, which enriches our communities. There were 125,382, y'all can come on up, reports of abuse towards older adults and people with disabilities in Texas in 2025. Tarrant County seniors deserve to live knowing they are safe and should be assured that Tarrant County takes seriously the risk to our older residents who may be victims of neglect or subject to financial, emotional, or physical abuse. Raising awareness about elder abuse enhances our community's ability to recognize the signs, understand the impact, and take action to prevent, report, and address elder abuse. We stand united in our commitment to ensure the safety and security of older adults, support victims of elder abuse, and hold abusers accountable. Now, therefore, be it resolved, we, the Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim June 2026 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Tarrant County, and I move to approve this proclamation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you for all that you do for our elders. Let's please give these folks a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all for what you do. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't want to give them any reason.
To Judge O'Hare and the County Commissioners, thank you so much for your support of Adult Protective Services and our mission in the community to protect those who are 65 years or older, or those individuals aged 16 to 64 with a substantial impairment, by providing resources to prevent or alleviate maltreatment. We appreciate your partnership and diligence in ensuring that we protect the most vulnerable citizens of Tarrant County. Proclaiming June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month brings awareness to the abuse, neglect, and exploitation that could exist in the community, but it also brings awareness to the resources and community partnerships that we can foster to alleviate and prevent this abuse, neglect or financial exploitation. Joining me in receiving this proclamation are, as you've mentioned, Tarrant County APS Community Board, Meals on Wheels, Guardianship Services, Tarrant County Probate Courts 1 and 2, Fort Worth Code Compliance Boarding Home Division, Eureka Pickney with CareMate Wellness Solutions, and others. Because we know that our community partners, we have to continue to work together to protect the vulnerable citizens. Our seniors should live safely in the community with dignity and respect, and we, as community partners, advocate for them. I provided you with a challenge coin because you are our partners as well. And even when we're not together, we are all working for the same goal, to protect our most vulnerable citizens and to keep them safe to live in the community with safety and dignity as long as possible. If anyone does not know, APS, as well as all of these other organizations, are advocates for our seniors and those who are substantially impaired or disabled. So if you suspect that anyone is being abused, neglected, or financially exploited, please call 1-800-252-5400 or reach out to me or your county commissioners, because they just received a button that says ask me about APS, because they know as well how to reach out to me. So thank you all so much.
Thank y'all for what you do.
Thank y'all.
All right, next we have a resolution recognizing Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County for delivering their 30 millionth meal. Reminds me of the McDonald's signs from years ago, but that's incredible. 30 million meals delivered in Tarrant County. So, who we have here today, Allison Deaton, the CEO of Meals on Wheels, Nicole Smolsky's Rebstock, VP of Development, and Philip Gonzalez, Lead Marketing Specialist. The resolution reads as follows. Meals on Wheels, Inc. of Tarrant County has faithfully served older adults, persons with disabilities, and homebound residents throughout Tarrant County since 1973 by delivering nutritious meals and providing or coordinating needed services. Helping keep clients in their own homes not only provides them with independence and self-respect, but it also helps them avoid relocating to more costly facilities. This milestone represents not only meals delivered, but also moments of care, safety, and human connection for individuals who often rely on these services as a lifeline. Meals served by Meals on Wheels meet or exceed national nutritional guidelines, improving the physical and mental health of clients. The Tarrant County Commissioners Court recognizes the profound impact Meals on Wheels, Inc. of Tarrant County has had on the health, well-being, and quality of life of older, disabled, and homebound adults throughout the community. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, Texas, do hereby congratulate Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County on the milestone of delivering 30 million meals. And with that, With that, I will move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just want to say, having been on a few of y'all's ride-alongs and being able to deliver some of those meals, it really is imperative what y'all are doing. These folks that are getting their meals, that's the only way they're going to have sustenance that day, that week. And so thank you for what you're doing. It's critically important. Appreciate what y'all bring to the community.
Yeah, you know what? When I did it once with y'all, I had a ton of fun. And they really enjoy seeing you. And it brightens their day. I'm sure for many of them, they don't see people very often. So this was a great thing. I encourage everybody to do it. All right, passes unanimously. Let me bring you the resolution.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Commissioners Court, for recognizing Meals on Wheels today. In 1973, 10 faith-based organizations got together and said, we have to meet a need that we see in the community. And they started off as a very grassroots effort, serving 25 meals a day. And so I'm happy to say that that spirit of Tarrant County coming together is seen every day through Meals on Wheels. So on behalf of our staff, our board of directors, our 3,300 active volunteers, and our clients, we want to say thank you so much. Every day, meals are served to Tarrant County residents, around 3,500 to 4,000. We serve home-delivered meals, and we also serve meals in 22 senior centers located all throughout Tarrant County. And thanks to the wonderful support that we've gotten from our community, we've never had to have a wait list. So any client who's in need can get a meal when they need it. So we're celebrating 30 million meals, but we know that the population of Tarrant County is growing and our population is aging. So we at Meals on Wheels stand ready to make a continued impact in our community for the future. So thank you for this wonderful day of celebrating 30 million meals. I got a great endorsement, so all of you can talk to me about volunteering as well. We'd love to have you come and join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job.
All right, next we have a resolution for recognizing Responsible Fatherhood Month. Two things on this. One, a gentleman from our community brought this to us and asked us to do it. It's meaningful to me, and I've tried to model myself as a father in a way that does not reflect what my father was like. My mom and dad were divorced when I was 6 months old. I only remember seeing him when I was 8, and then when I was about 35. So it's why And when you're in politics, you get asked to go to a ton of things and a ton of events and a ton of banquets and dinners. It is why what I said when I ran for this, and I will always continue to do it as long as I'm here, whatever that may be, that I'm going to put my kids first. I go to their games, I go to their practices, I coach their teams, and I don't think fatherhood and encouraging fathers to be responsible is political or racial in any way, shape, or form. The world is a better place with strong fathers. Amen. So we have two groups that are here today. One we've had here before, and we supported them in with some of the ARPA funds in building their building, Hope Farm. With us today from Hope Farm, Sasha Dawson, the Executive Director and Board President, Kevin Foster, COO, and Tanya Lincoln, Chief Academic Officer. Hope Farm, for those that don't know, is a long-term leadership development program that guides at-risk fatherless boys, or without a father in the home, I should say, that from the time they're 5 to 7 until high school graduation, and in some cases even beyond, and helps them become Christ-centered men of integrity. That's their mission. Then also a group that I know the founder of this, but I did not know about his organization, so we decided to invite him as well. Bob Kimball, who is a partner and president of Nehemiah Company, created something called Nehemiah Builds Foundation. With us from Nehemiah Builds Foundation is Bob, Howard Porteous, Deborah Mears, and Gabby Ramos. The mission of Nehemiah Builds is to combat the effects of fatherlessness by creating a ministry that fathers children. Among other services, they model biblical wisdom to youth through their mentoring program and provide opportunities to build confidence and character through a sports program and train them how to wrestle and win state championships, which is pretty cool. So I'm going to ask, well, let me read the resolution. Responsible Fatherhood Month. Fathers, whether biological, adoptive, foster, or serving as father figures, play a vital role in the emotional, social, and economic well-being of children and families. Children benefit from involved, nurturing, and responsible fathers who provide guidance, stability, encouragement, and support through every stage of life. Strong families are the foundation of strong communities, and engaged fathers contribute to safer neighborhoods, improve educational outcomes, and greater opportunity for future generations. Children are less likely to experience poverty, abuse, neglect, substance abuse, drop out of school, or face incarceration when fathers are actively engaged in their lives. Organizations, mentors, faith-based groups, community leaders, and individuals across Tarrant County work every day to help meet the emotional, financial, and developmental needs created by fatherlessness and to support children and families facing those challenges. Our community benefits from spreading the message to honor and restore responsible fatherhood, encouraging men to lead their families with responsibility and integrity. Further, local organizations such as Nehemiah Builds and Hope Farm are standing in the gap for those without fathers, breaking the cycle and combating the effects of fatherlessness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim June 2026 as Responsible Fatherhood Month in Tarrant County and encourage all residents to recognize the importance of supporting efforts that strengthen families and improve outcomes for children throughout Tarrant County. I will move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Can I get everybody to come on up so we can present this? How about a round of applause for Hope Farm? Now I know why we have two. It didn't dawn on me. So, one for you, one for you. Both of you, please. Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Good to see you.
If I may, just a brief comment about both organizations, and I think we would love to hear from both
Yeah.
of you.
Both of them.
I reflect back on Hope Farm, its founders, Gary Randall and Noble Crawford, who came to Texas from California as former police officers and wanting to address the challenges that our community was facing with young men whose fathers weren't active in their lives. And I just can imagine that both of those men are amazed at the progress and where Hope Farm has grown to this point. And I'm sure Noble is smiling down from heaven, proud of the work that Satcher and his team have done with Hope Farm and the countless number of young boys whose lives have been made better because of your involvement. So I congratulate you and I salute you.
Thank you, Commissioner Miles. On behalf of Hope Farm Organization, Board of Directors, staff, Hope Farm accept this resolution with pride and gratitude. We thank you for your support. Hope Farm was founded in 1990 by two law enforcement officers, Mr. Gary Randall and Mr. Noble Crawford. These young men noticed that young boys were being incarcerated at an amazing significant number. And so they couldn't do anything about the ones who was already incarcerated, but they could do something about the ones that were coming down the pipe. And so they started Hope Farm, which focused on boys between the ages of 5 and 7 years old. And the goal is to transform these youth into Christ-centered men of integrity. And we continue that by a 4-pillar approach. We call it Read, Feed, Parent, and Empower. It's amazing that the African American race represent 12% of the whole universe, but about 50% or more of the prison population. So there is a problem, and the problem that we're trying to solve is fatherlessness, because 80% of those people that are incarcerated comes from families without fathers. And I'll share even a little bit more statistics with you. 71% of all high school dropouts come from families with no fathers in the home. 75% of people in adolescence in drug-induced facilities come from families with no fathers in the home. 80% of violent crime and rapists come from families with no fathers in the home. 90% of all runaways come from families with no fathers in the home. So the problem that we're trying to solve is fatherlessness. Where there's fatherlessness, there's poverty. Where there's poverty, there's crime. And I invite all of you guys, if you don't know Hope Farm, you haven't been out, please come and visit us and join us. Thank you.
And Satcher, I don't know if you remember, the first time we met, it was over at Cafe Republic, and it was that Valentine's Day meal that you provide. And so I wanted to say that they bring all the kids over, they bus them over, they all get dressed up in their suits, and they look good, and their moms come, and they're all dressed to the nines, and it teaches them how to treat a woman, how to have a nice night out, how to do all these things to prepare them. They may not have had a father, but you're making sure that that chain stops there and that those are going to continue in the future. So I just want to applaud the effort and all the work y'all are doing. Just the joy and the light in those moms and those sons' eyes that night was just incredible to see. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you.
It's funny how the Lord works. Dee Jennings introduced me to Gary Randall and Lo Andrews, who's on the board. Lo and I went to Oklahoma State. Lo drained a three-pointer in the third overtime to beat Missouri. He was quite a basketball player.
Yeah.
Still is, right? And so when we started Bell's Foundation and then got into the after-school ministry, the Hope Farm staff was kind enough to help us draft a lot of our curriculum, as well as Mission Arlington. The public-private partnerships that we have done with the county and Veridian and Crowley with Karis, have been instrumental, along with Arlington Commons, in allowing us to have work for a number of people. The Nehemiah Coffee Company, all of that helps fund Build's Foundation as well as our generous donors. I want to introduce Gabby Ramos. Gabby helped us expand. We've expanded into 2 Title I elementary schools. We're in Pope and Webb. Gabby helped us expand into Webb this year. We have 20 new students. We have 40 students in our after-school program that the administration helps us with. We spend the day there in those schools, and then they come to our center. And then the wrestling kids are famous. One of them went into a burning building and saved a family, and was recognized by this body before. And we have a young man that got a scholarship to West Point. So the results, Gabby was on the Puerto Rican national wrestling team. She's a beast. I wouldn't suggest tangling with her. She will be traveling the country this year with our kids as well. And so we just want to love on these kids and let them know how proud we are of them. And that alone, just being present from the time they're 9 until they go off to college, it's amazing just being present. So we thank you for supporting us and allowing us to do what we do. It's the most fun thing we do is what the Builds Foundation does. It's been incredibly rewarding, and we're really grateful for your support.
Great job, Bob.
Thank you both.
Great job.
All right, next we have a resolution celebrating the 250th anniversary of the United States. Commissioner Kraus.
Yes, I think we're all excited about the 250th anniversary of America. You know, America was a unique place. It's the first time really that a country had been founded on ideals, not necessarily a certain people group or certain nationality, but on the ideals that were embedded in the Declaration of Independence. And so I'm going to read this resolution honoring the 250th anniversary of our great country. And I hope it's a good reminder to us about what America was founded on and what it still can be in the future. Whereas on July 4th, 1776, the Second Continental Congress, comprised of 56 patriots, adopted the Declaration of Independence, boldly affirming that all people are endowed by their Creator with inalienable rights and launching the great American experiment of liberty, self-government, and human dignity. And whereas the principles that shaped America are founded in the Judeo-Christian tradition, which affirms that human liberty is gifted by the Almighty God, as acknowledged by the Ten Commandments monument on the 1895 historic Tarrant County Courthouse. And whereas the United States was founded as a constitutional republic, and the Constitution of the United States stands as one of the greatest governing documents in human history, establishing a framework of limited government, separation of powers, individual liberty, self-defense, and the rule of law that has preserved freedom and prosperity for generations of Americans. And whereas the continued success of the United States depends not only upon its institutions, but upon the character, virtue, and civic responsibility of its citizens, who are called to preserve the blessings of liberty for future generations. As John Adams said, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. And whereas Tarrant County reaffirms its deep and enduring support for the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, honoring their sacrifice, supporting their families, and upholding the values of duty, courage, and devotion to country that have safeguarded the blessings of freedom for 250 years. And whereas celebrating 250 years offers a unique opportunity for all Americans to celebrate our shared heritage and consider the pledge of the signers of the Declaration, as we too can pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor for the greatest nation the world has ever known. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, honoring the legacy of our founders, the sacrifices of those who have defended our freedoms, and the enduring strength of the American people. And be it further resolved that we encourage all residents to participate in semi-quincentennial celebrations, reflect on the responsibilities of citizenship, and join in gratitude for the nation we are privileged to call home. I move for adoption.
I'll second it. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I just want to make a quick comment. I am going to abstain on this vote because the language is not inclusive. I would offer to make a friendly amendment. I just don't think you'd be open to it. So, but just so folks know, I love my country. I love the armed forces, of which my youngest son serves as a captain. So it's just some of the language that I would take exception to, but I'm proud of our 250th anniversary.
I'm always happy to entertain language or amendments. You're probably right. I probably wouldn't change it. It may not be as inclusive, but I do think it's very historically accurate. And as long as we're there, I feel good about that.
I too echo the sentiments of Commissioner Simmons. I am honored to be an American, and I do celebrate the 250th anniversary, but there are some pieces in the language that I do have some challenges with. But I want you to know that I respect you and I respect our country, but I too am going to abstain from the vote.
Okay. All right, any other comments? All right, so with 2 yeses, 2 abstentions, it passes.
And we do have some individuals here today. We have Melissa Taylor, who's the chapter regent of the Fort Worth chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. We have Vicki Andrews, Ali Megner, and Jace Moore, who are also chapter members. If y'all would come down and we'll present this resolution.
Good morning, everyone. The Fort Worth chapter was established in 1914 in the city of Fort Worth. We are a chapter of the National Society Daughters of American Revolution. And through the years since then, we have worked in historical preservation, education, and of course, most of all, patriotism, because we are so grateful for every person who has contributed their lives, their service, their sacrifices to our country. We are delighted to be a part of the celebration of the birthday of our country, the celebration of the Declaration of Independence, and the hope it can bring to all people. And we are just very grateful in remembering all those who went before us and carrying on that legacy forward into the future. Thank you all so much for including us in your celebration, and we encourage everybody to celebrate, whether it's in your community, our city, the county, state, or even on the national level. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next we have a resolution honoring Dr. Opal Lee and the supporters of the National Juneteenth Museum. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, sir. I'm absolutely honored to introduce this resolution. This resolution recognizes the big and bold visionaries who conceived what will become Tarrant County's newest and largest cultural arts museum in a quarter of a century. The National Juneteenth Museum will be a historic investment of $17 million in the future of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, and the state of Texas. It will be a world-class institution, cultural institution, that will become a center for education, scholarship, innovation, and community engagement. This county pledged, I think it was $1 million to the construction, $2 million to the construction of this museum, and I'm proud of that fact. So I do have a resolution honoring Dr. Opal Lee and the supporters of the National Juneteenth Museum. Whereas Dr. Opal Lee, the grandmother of Juneteenth, has unwaveringly led, advocated, and committed her life to freedom, justice, education, and historical truth. And she has helped secure federal recognition of Juneteenth as a national holiday. And whereas Dr. Lee, together with the founders, visionaries, community leaders, cultural advocates, philanthropists, artists, educators, and staff of the National Juneteenth Museum, have inspired a transformational movement dedicated to preserving and advancing the story, meaning, and enduring legacy of Juneteenth for generations to come. And whereas the National Juneteenth Museum represents a historic investment of approximately $70 million in the future of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, and the state of Texas, establishing a world-class cultural institution that will serve as a center for education, reflection, scholarship, innovation, economic opportunity, and community engagement. And whereas the museum's purpose is to illuminate the history of Juneteenth and African American freedom struggles. And its vision is to become a premier national destination where history, art, and culture converge to tell the complete story of freedom in America. And whereas the National Juneteenth Museum is expected to generate substantial economic impact throughout Fort Worth and Tarrant County by attracting tourism, creating jobs, increasing cultural investment, and positioning the region as a leading destination for heritage tourism and educational programming. And whereas the museum's dedicated leadership, staff, volunteers, and community partners have produced Freedom Vibes 2026, a dynamic multi-day celebration beginning June 11th, 2026, and featuring art exhibitions, concerts, educational workshops, and cultural programming commemorating Juneteenth and uplifting the spirit and creativity of African American culture. And whereas Freedom Vibes 2026 stands as a powerful demonstration of the museum's mission in action by bringing together residents, visitors of all backgrounds in celebration, remembrance, and shared cultural experience. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby extend profound appreciation to Dr. Opal Lee and to the founders, staff, and supporters of the National Juneteenth Museum for their continued efforts to preserve history, inspire progress, and unite communities through the enduring spirit of Juneteenth. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of June 2026. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Thank you for bringing this resolution. This is fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
And if you are in favor, Commissioner Ramirez, please raise your hand. Okay, passes unanimously.
Okay, come on down, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Opal Lee. To this august body of leaders, thank you. Thank you for the support of the work to promote what is a beautifully unifying, what is fundamentally supposed to be a beautifully unifying factor in our county. Really quickly, if you'll give me the liberty, I'd like to provide some clarity because most Americans, surprisingly, do not or would fail to effectively articulate what Juneteenth is. It is not the day the enslaved people of Texas learned about their emancipation. Quite contrary, they were fully aware of the Emancipation Proclamation before it went into law on January 1st, 1863. June 19th, 1865 is the day that the enslaved people of Texas enjoyed their emancipation because the Union soldiers arrived to enforce their emancipation. So they were aware of the Emancipation Proclamation on when it was signed. But the 2.5-year waiting period for the enforcement is why June 19th is worthy of celebrating. And so we certainly celebrate that fact. Another fact is the fact that the way many people learn about history is through museums, right? And so we are erecting a museum to effectively and accurately narrate a story that most people don't have a great deal of understanding about. Last fact is, as Commissioner Simmons said, this museum will cause people to converge on Tarrant County in a very significant way that in many instances won't come to Tarrant County as it stands right now. So I'm really excited about the future of Tarrant County, the National Juneteenth Museum, the Freedom Vibes Festival. I am grateful, we are grateful on behalf of Ms. Opal and our body, we are grateful for the county's support because it is not a gift to us. We believe it to be an investment that will produce returns in perpetuity. So thank you to this court, thank you to Commissioner Simmons, thank you to Tarrant County for your support. We vow and commit to make you proud with the work that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Next, we have a resolution recognizing Help Center for hosting Trinity Pride Fest 26. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, sir. I am introducing this resolution, as has been my custom and my practice, to highlight organizations and people within Tarrant County who are unsung heroes. Help Center is one such organization. Today's resolution recognizes Help Center for LGBTQ plus health for its 3 decades, 31 years to be exact, of work to stem the spread of HIV and other transmissible diseases, to encourage safe healthcare practices, and to deliver medication to individuals and families that might not otherwise be able to afford it. So many of you may not be aware that as county judge, Mr. O'Hare is the administrator of all of the funding that this county receives for HIV. And we know things are tight in this economy and for this county. And here's a group preventing 200 new infections a year. So the Ryan White funds go to the highest elected official, this is in Texas, in the area receiving the funds. So that's the county judge. He's charged with administering those funds in compliance with the Ryan White rules. We've had to dip into reserves, utilizing undesignated funds into the millions to keep this county running, underfunding or cutting services. But here is an organization that every single year, by averting new HIV infections, every single year is saving $300 million in medical costs, lifetime medical costs, right? Without a penny of taxpayer dollars. Seems to me our judge would have put this forward, but I did, because I believe that the Help Center should be lauded for the work they are doing, the award-winning work that they are doing in Tarrant County without spending 1 penny of your money. The resolution reads, whereas the Health Education Learning Project, HELP, was founded in 1994 by 2 Catholic nuns and a mother of a person living with AIDS to promote health and prevent disease. And whereas in 2017, HELP expanded its programming to include clinical services and rebranded as the Help Center for LGBTQ plus Health. And whereas these expanded services were developed in alignment with priorities established by the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And whereas in 2025, the Health Center provided HIV care, pre-exposure prophylaxis, PrEP, counseling services, and culturally affirming health care to more than 7,000 Texans. And whereas the Health Center delivered more than $70 million in medication, clinical services, and supportive care in 2025 alone at no cost to underserved Texans. And whereas the Help Center is the only organization in North Texas and among only a few nationally to provide these comprehensive services entirely free of charge. And whereas African Americans and Hispanics represent approximately 70% of new HIV diagnoses nationally, yet account for only 33% of PrEP users. Whereas 67% of the Help Center's patients are ethnic minorities, demonstrating its success in reaching communities most impacted by HIV. And whereas, according to CDC's statistical models, the Health Center's programs prevent more than 200 new HIV transmissions annually, avoiding more than $250 million in lifetime healthcare costs. Whereas the Health Center's clinical programs operate without a single penny of taxpayer dollars. And whereas the Health Center serves as a cultural home for the LGBTQ plus community and has remained an active and engaged community partner. Whereas the Help Center is the presenting sponsor of Trinity Pride Fest, the only LGBTQ plus pride celebration in Tarrant County, celebrating the contributions of LGBTQ plus residents, our neighbors, to our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize and commend the Help Center for LGBTQ plus Health for its outstanding service, compassionate care, and enduring contributions to the health, dignity, and wellness of the people of Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of June, 2026. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'll say a few words. I know a lot of folks came out today to speak on this one resolution. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming out and making your voice heard. The problem I had just like earlier, I know you had some problems with the resolution that I brought forth. For me, a lot of it comes down to that gender-affirming care. And while that sounds really nice, I actually think it does more harm than good. One of the speakers earlier was talking about how they should be helping. This is all about helping people. I agree. We should absolutely be helping people. I think the gender-affirming care piece actually does more damage than people realize. And we're starting to see that more and more with whether it's detransitioners, whether it's medical liability because children were forced into these procedures, forced into these situations, but before they could really make an informed decision, that's actually very much hurt these individuals. And so it's very hard for me to get behind anybody or any organization. I think there was even some information that they would help families travel out of state, give them money to travel out of state for some of this gender affirming care. And so that's just, to me, is I see all the shame signs and I appreciate that. But I think we're going to look back in 10, 15, 20 years and see the destruction that this gender modification push has done. You're already seeing it in Europe. They were kind of on the forefront of it, and they've really pulled back in the last couple of years because they see the harm that the puberty blockers and the cross-sex hormones and all these are actually doing to the youth. It's really doing some irreparable harm. And so I think as me, I can't in good conscience put the county seal or the county imprimatur behind an organization that seeks to actually do what I think is more damage to children and more damage to those than if you just kind of allowed them through some therapy and others to kind of go through that gender dysphoria until they go through puberty themselves without trying to stun it. So I'm going to vote no on this resolution. But thank you for bringing it. Like we've seen today, we can agree to disagree on things, but I can't in good conscience put my name in that.
So, a couple of things. Well, no applause. One of the things that you stated a minute ago, and we can see from the room, this is an organized political stunt, which all that you ever do here is bring in political theater. And you made a statement at the beginning that all HIV-related funding is totally controlled by me, but for the fact that public health gets grants related to it, that I have the same equal vote you do, and you have the ability to vote on any HIV-related thing, and I think you've almost always supported it. But looking at the organization, here's one of the things it promoted, a fundraising concert to provide travel and relocation grants to North Texas families seeking out-of-state health care for trans and gender-expansive youth. Another thing it promoted was Happy National Kink Day. One person's kink may be another person's vanilla. NKD is devoted to exploring your boundaries, whether alone or with another consenting adult. Remember, what's adventurous for one might be vanilla for another. NKD is here to help you explore your desires, whether solo or with a consenting partner. Celebrating the diversity and resilience of non-binary individuals worldwide, Happy International Non-Binary Peoples Day, applying to trigender, polygender, genderqueer, pangender, demi-boy, demi-girl, gender nonconforming, agender, gender fluid, demigender. And I could go on and on. I'll just leave you with the last one, celebrating Happy Polyamory Day. To all the beautiful souls out there, remember, love is not limited to one person or one form. So for those reasons, I would tell you the core purpose of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court is pretty straightforward. Serve the people of Tarrant County through strong fiscal management, lower crime, open access to courts, and better governance. This court has focused on cutting taxes, improving county services, strong public safety, and bettering the lives of our citizens. It's not the business of this court to put the county's name and seal behind a divisive social agenda that glorifies a group that supports transitioning children. Our responsibility is to protect children, not sacrifice them in the name of ideological advocacy. Commissioner Simmons, your proposed resolution divides the very residents we are all here to serve, and that's why I will be voting no.
So as much as I hate addressing the obvious, this resolution is certainly not about advocating or supporting gender transition procedures for minors. The health center is not a surgical center. They don't serve children. Look, y'all's hyper focus on children is interesting, and it ignores that let's talk about the safety of children. It ignores the fact, and I don't mean to be offensive, just talking to you about statistics, the number one buyer of children are heterosexual white men, this demographic. According to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, about 92% to 94% of defendants charged with federal child sexual abuse and trafficking offenses is this demographic. So let's be real. All right.
Any other comments from court members? Okay, so we have a motion and a second for this resolution. We've got 2 votes yes, 2 votes no. Commissioner Ramirez, are you a yes or a no? All right, it's a no. So this fails 2-3. Next, we move to a resolution, which is what we ought to be doing, recognizing Mayor William D. Tate for 50 years of exemplary public service as mayor of the city of Grapevine, Texas, Commissioner Kraus.
All right, we talk about sports in here a lot. You know, there's records that you talk about that are like, man, that's probably never going to be broken, right? Joe DiMaggio, 56-game hit streak, never going to be touched. Tom Brady, 7 Super Bowls, right? You have all these things. Well, I think we're about to honor a mayor who has one of those streaks. 50 years of service as the mayor in Grapevine. I don't know how many people have ever attained that and how many people will ever attain that again. So we thought it was only right that we brought Mayor Tate in as he's concluding this kind of half century in office as the mayor of Grapevine, to recognize him and appreciate him for all he's done during those 5 decades. So I'm going to read this and then we're going to recognize Mayor Tate. Whereas Mayor William D. Tate has devoted decades of exemplary service to the city of Grapevine, Texas, shaping its growth, strengthening its identity, and guiding it into one of the most vibrant, prosperous, and admired communities in the state of Texas. And whereas Mayor Tate's leadership has been marked by vision, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to public service, earning him the respect of residents, business leaders, regional partners, and civic organizations throughout North Texas. And whereas under Mayor Tate's steady guidance, Grapevine has experienced remarkable economic expansion, strengthened infrastructure, and a flourishing tourism industry, including the continued success of Grapevine's historic Main Street, the development of world-class hospitality destinations, and the preservation of the city's unique cultural heritage. And whereas Mayor Tate has championed education and community partnerships, working closely with Grapevine Colleyville ISD, local nonprofits, and civic institutions to ensure that Grapevine remains a community where families thrive, students excel, and opportunity is accessible to all. And whereas his longstanding dedication to public safety, transportation, and regional collaboration has strengthened Grapevine's role as a key partner within Tarrant County and the greater North Texas region, advancing initiatives that support mobility, economic vitality, and quality of life. And whereas Mayor Tate's service reflects the highest ideals of civic leadership, marked by humility, perseverance, and a deep love for the community he has faithfully served for more than half a century. And whereas the Tarrant County Commissioners Court recognizes that Mayor William D. Tate's legacy will continue to shape Grapevine for generations to come, standing as a testament to the power of dedicated public service and the enduring impact of a life committed to others. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court does hereby honor Mayor William D. Tate for his extraordinary leadership, his decades of service, and his profound contributions to the city of Grapevine and the people of Tarrant County, and be it further resolved that the court extends its deepest gratitude to Mayor Tate for his steadfast commitment to public service and celebrates the legacy he leaves upon the community he has so faithfully led. Let's all give Mayor Tate a round of applause. And I move that we adopt this resolution.
Second.
All right, second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. We have a yes, Commissioner Ramirez. All right, we have yes, passes 5-0 unanimously.
And we have Mayor Tate, and we also have Bruno Rumbelow, who's the city manager there in Grapevine, with us today.
Judge O'Hare, Commissioner Kraus, members of the court, thank you very much for this special recognition, for your kind words, and for that beautiful plaque. We've been very fortunate in Grapevine to have a great relationship with Tarrant County throughout the years, and the Commissioners Court. You've been very valuable in assisting us in providing city services to our people and giving us what we have today. So thank you for your service as we celebrate together this great and gifted land, America. Best wishes to you too.
Amen. It's kind of crazy. He's been mayor for 20% of America's existence, right? That's incredible.
That's pretty wild.
Thank you, Bruno. Great
Okay.
to see you. That's awesome.
All right, next and the last item on the proclamations resolution section is a proclamation recognizing Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Month. This is Commissioner Ramirez's proclamation. Do you still wish Commissioner Kraus to do it, or?
Yes, please. And
Okay.
I'm sorry for not being there with you in person. I got caught down here in Austin.
No, we understand. Do you want to say a few words first before I read the resolution?
No, go ahead, Commissioner Kraus. Thank
Okay.
you very much for handling it.
All right. Hey, as many of you know, and I remember Commissioner Ramirez did this last month, we want to take some time to remember those who put themselves in harm's way literally on a daily basis. And when you do that, there's often complications that arise, and PTSD is one of those that we most commonly find in our military members and our first responders. And so Commissioner Ramirez has always been very good about putting that at the forefront of our minds, and so I'm honored to be able to lay out this proclamation for him today to name June Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Month. So I'm going to read this, and then we have a few folks with us to accept the resolution. Whereas post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, is a serious mental health condition that can develop following exposure to deeply traumatic events, including military combat, physical assault, childhood abuse, severe accidents, and natural disasters, and impacts approximately 8 million adults in the United States annually. And whereas the dedicated members of the United States Armed Forces, law enforcement officers, firefighters, and other emergency first responders routinely risk their lives to secure our communities and rightfully deserve comprehensive institutional resources to protect and preserve their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. And whereas first responders and military personnel face a significantly heightened risk of developing severe PTSD due to prolonged and repeated exposure to acute operational trauma over weeks, months, or even years of service. And whereas despite the availability of effective evidence-based treatments, a substantial number of PTSD cases remain undiagnosed and untreated due to insufficient public awareness and the persistent social stigma surrounding mental health care. And whereas all individuals enduring the challenges of PTSD deserve collective empathy and support, and those who suffer from psychological wounds sustained while actively defending our national security and public freedom merit unique distinction, profound respect, and special honor. And whereas Tarrant County is committed to advancing community education, expanding access to supportive resources, and actively dismantling the stigma associated with mental health conditions by recognizing June 26th as National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby officially proclaim the month of June 2026 as National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month in Tarrant County, and strongly encourage all residents to extend their highest gratitude, recognition, and support to the exceptional service professionals who remain steadfastly committed to the safety, freedom, and protection of our nation and local communities. I move for adoption.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would just like to commend Commissioner Ramirez on his work, his focus on PTSD. As many of you are aware, I have been championing mental health and trauma and building resiliency. So it does my heart good to hear and see Commissioner Ramirez recognizing and seeing the importance of making sure that we create spaces for people to be able to process the trauma and be equipped with the skills and the tools needed to respond to traumatic experiences in a way that produces life and not death. So congratulations to you, and I am in full support of this resolution.
Very, very well said, Commissioner. And we had Commissioner Chuck Wright from the Texas Veterans Commission here for a while, but he had to leave, take care of business. But we do have Lieutenant James Stewart, U.S. Navy retired. We have Chief Chris Cook from DPS and Chief of Police in White Settlement. We have Tom Belton, Tarrant County Veteran Services, Sergeant Richard Mendoza from the Fort Worth PD Wellness Unit. We have Officer Kyle Wilcox from the Fort Worth PD Wellness Unit, and Corporal Vincent Ulrich, also of the Fort Worth PD Wellness Unit. If y'all would come, and we'll present you the resolution.
And Commissioner Ramirez, I'm guessing you're a yes here?
Yeah, I am.
Yes,
yeah.
okay, all right, passes unanimously.
All right, we've got two of these. Usually Manny gets to stand down here with you guys, so I'm grateful that I get to stand down here with y'all today.
Don't get used to it, Commissioner Kraus.
That's it, I'm done. We're in. Move it a little closer, gentlemen. Oh, we got one more. Oh.
How about a round of applause for these gentlemen and what they do?
Members of the court and Commissioner Ramirez, thank you so much, Commissioner Kraus, all of our commissioners that are committed to this space. As you know, about 30% of first responders experience some type of PTSD just based on the traumatic calls they run, shift work, and all of that. And so I think as a profession, we've done better over the years. When I first joined policing in '95, it was like, hey, don't tell anybody that you're not okay. And now it's okay to admit you're not okay. And so really appreciate this being very intentional. And so again, thank you on behalf of our first responders across Tarrant County.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Just want to thank Commissioner Ramirez. Thank you for bringing this. Commissioner Miles, thank you very much for speaking up for those that are sometimes not strong enough to speak up for themselves. On average, there are about 22 veterans a day committing suicide. One's too many. And it takes a community, a village, to speak up for one another. And that way, when we can make avenues available to our veterans, law enforcement officers, that way we can keep on fighting for each other. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it is 12:10. We will be in recess now until 12:25. We'll start back up promptly at 12:25. All right, back from recess. And next item is agenda public comment, it's called. So, Ms. Godby, you're first. You spoke for 52 seconds. You have 8 seconds. Okay. Next, we have Buff Kaiser. Is Mr. Kaiser present? Do we still have a spillover room? No, okay. Following Mr. Kaiser's Bob Willoughby, and then Reed Bills.
I see I have 1 minute?
Yes.
My topic today is our Tarrant County cast vote records. A cast vote record is the electronic record created by a voting system that shows how a single ballot was interpreted by the tabulator. It does not identify the voter, it only records the machine's interpretation of the ballot. CVRs are the foundation for ballot level audits and independent verification of election results. The law changed in 2023, requiring counties to provide cast vote records to the public. Tarrant County's provision is of PDFs of the election as a whole and not the individual CVRs in a usable format as required by the law. So I'm asking, as Burnett and Dallas counties do that also have hard equipment, that they do this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Bob Willoughby. You can give it to him. Following Mr. Willoughby is Reed Bills.
Are we ready? Okay. You know, when I asked the mayor to move our comment meeting from the bottom of the agenda to the top, treat us with respect, she did. She moved it to the top, right through the roof, and right off the agenda. At all, none. We're finally back over there. And when I asked you to give us 3 minutes from 2, you give us 1. I'm gonna have to shut my mouth up. Every time I open up, it gets worse and worse. 1 minute's not enough, Judge. Now, that's not good. I'm outraged about that, okay? Very outraged. And we're very outspoken about it. You like the new school board's good. They gave 3 minutes, no matter how many people. They're setting a sample, you should follow. And I mean, you should follow. We need local voter education in schools, what I'm the biggest advocate about for putting voter education in school. Teaches kids at an early age that voting and taking care of your city's responsibility. I'm sorry, Judge, but not to get people up here to let you do things like that. That's wrong, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Reed Bills, you have 29 seconds.
Taxpayers are being asked to pay a lot of money for jail construction activities. I would like to know who specifically will be housed in the jails. How is it decided who goes where after detainees are delivered for booking? Who makes this decision? What is the criteria for determining placement? It's past time for this information to be provided to the residents who are paying the bills.
Thank you. Next is Paul David Williams. You used your entire minute. Charles Bills is next. You have 48 seconds. Is Charles Bills here? Yes,
Mentioning again that the district attorney is still not dropped unwinnable charges against Crystal Gaden, or Crystal Mason, sorry, and also to release the tape of Anthony Johnson Jr.'s murder.
Thank you. Next, we have Bishop Kirkland, then Nan Terry.
First, I want to say it is not her proclamation sending the kids down the river. It's this judge over here who's sending our kids down the river. That's who hurts our children. Of course, you passed the inspection, Mr. Krause. I was a Marine for several years. They called them GI, general inspections. We did everything, made everything pretty and new because we knew the inspectors was coming. That's why you passed your inspection. I want to go on record saying, Commissioner Simmons, when you're no longer in this seat, then all of a sudden, the money that's been allocated for the courthouse will be done just because they do things vindictively just to hurt you. The next thing I want to say is my 15-year-old son, gay son, came to me one day asking me, Miles, was he an abomination? Because that's what people want to call him. I told him, hell.
All right, next we have Nan Terry. Following Ms. Terry, we have Judge Alex Kim. Is he here?
I find it sad on the same agenda you have an RFP for the annual contract for jail system food services and Miranda Mills' claim, whose mother, Kimberly Phillips, died in Tarrant County Jail. Cause of death, complications of dehydration and malnutrition. Mills visited her mom in jail and she just looked at her and said, "Baby, I need to eat." Phillips was a vegan and wasn't getting vegan food. She tried to eat the food they gave her, but she couldn't keep it down. Katie Starnes spoke here and said she couldn't eat the food served in the jail due to dietary restrictions. When released, she weighed down to 85 pounds. She's about my height. Sean Fricho lost weight in the jail. I don't really even know what to say about the price difference between inmate and officers. Inmates get $1.58 per meal, while officers will get just under $5.23. Many of those in our county jail are waiting for trial and too poor to make bond, like Ms. Phillips, Miranda's mom. Please watch for Starving for Care version 2 coming out soon, highlighting Phillips by Yale Investigative Reporting Lab. And Miranda's name's misspelled in the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Kim. Following Judge Kim is Billy Wilson.
All right, so I want to share an important Tarrant County update and success story. Since 2018 and 24, juvenile crime in Fort Worth has dropped more than 40%. Even though Fort Worth's population is 30% less than Dallas's, Fort Worth has less than half the violent juvenile crime that Dallas does. This matters because juvenile crimes often serve as an early indicator of future public safety challenges. When fewer younger people are entering the juvenile justice system, communities become safer, schools become stronger, families have greater confidence in their neighborhoods. This also means we're less likely to deal with adult criminal cases in the future, which reduces our burden on the district attorney as well as the sheriff's office for the next 50 years. The takeaway is simple. Both cities have made progress. Fort Worth stands out as a safer community, especially with juvenile justice. The sharp decline in youth offending suggests that prevention efforts, community programs, schools, families, and the juvenile system are making a real difference. Tarrant County also has 0 pending murder and capital murder cases, the only urban county in Texas to claim such. We also have the fastest disposition rates. I want to thank Commissioner Kraus, Miles, Ramirez, and Judge O'Hare for your support of 3.3.
All right, next we have Billy Wilson. Is Mr. Wilson present? Okay, next we have Valencia Edner. Then Ambika Sharma.
Good afternoon. I'm rising to speak for the briefing and understanding of why we are constantly addressing a culture of MAGA mistrust game plan that has surrounded elections since 2023. We continue to hear allegations of widespread fraud, that little evidence is produced to support these claims. Still, valuable county resources and staff time continue to be spent feeding suspicion rather than serving the people. And my question remains, who will be held accountable for this waste? I know my words, as usual, will fall on deaf ears. That's how you roll. But November is coming. As my elders used to say, every shut-eye ain't sleep and every goodbye ain't gone. Don't mistake silence for a surrender or assume that primary elections is the final measure of public sentiment. You can keep changing the rules, but we're watching, we're waiting.
All right, Ambika Sharma, then Jacqueline Johnson.
Okay. I prepared for 2 minutes. I think it's disrespectful that you're taking away time. So I wanted to talk about 2 things. So I'll speak for both. One is solar winds. You have that on your agenda today. It's under, I think, purchasing number 16. What I don't like about it is that when I look at the document, it doesn't talk about the cyber attack that happened in 2020 with solar winds. It was from Russia, and it was the most intense and most sophisticated cybersecurity attack against solar winds in 2020. I'm surprised the company is still around. So I would have liked in the documentation something from the chief information officer on like how is the company doing and why should we continue doing business with them. So that's one. Second is I had a meeting today with TAD, and I'm doing investigation or my own research on data centers. And it looks like one of the data centers, which is Facebook account number 1440160, the county gave out $1 billion in abatement, so you lost 1.6 million in revenue last year, and you also gave out, say, 670 million.
Thank you. Jacqueline Johnson, then Alexander Montalvo.
What's happening inside the Tarrant County Jail is not a tragedy, it is corruption. And this court keeps looking the other way. My son was murdered in this jail. Years later, we still have a missing video and a county fighting for the truth. Now Chastity Bonner's family has filed a federal lawsuit. Same missing video, still no full autopsy. Shantae Broadus died in December and her family still has no ME report. While later cases were completed, that's not backlog, that's intentional. And the county just paid $625,000 to settle the Walker retaliation case. Same sheriff, same leadership, same culture of silencing anyone who speaks up. Across my case, Bonner, Broadus, and Walker, the pattern is clear. Missing video, missing autopsies, delayed reports, retaliation, no oversight. This is a systemic corruption. And if you refuse to do your jobs, we will do it for you in the voting booth in November.
Thank you. Next is Alexander Montalvo. You have 16 seconds. And then Linda Hanratty.
Shame on all three of y'all to talk about protecting kids when you support convicted pedophile Robert Morris and convicted rapist Donald Trump, who visit Epstein pedophile island how many times? Shame on you. All you showed is that you are weak, hateful cowards.
Thank you. Ms. Hanratty and then Dr. Harrell. You have 15 seconds, Dr. Harrell.
Okay. I'm concerned that the audit firm did not address the effectiveness of the county's internal controls. This court is ruled by one party that does not brook questions, either from commissioners of opposite parties or from the public, with only one monthly meeting and extremely limited public comments. 1 minute was all we get today. Such authoritarian moves lead to corruption and self-dealing that needs auditing. In addition, the public hearing on the Tarrant County's Housing Assistance Annual Plan is a sham, with no public comment allowed during the public hearing. What kind of public hearing is that? This violates the spirit and likely the regulations covering HUD public hearings. The plan, my question is not with the plan, except for the omission of the required resident board comments. Do you notice a pattern?
Dr. Harrell.
I'm reserving my time for the public hearing.
Okay. Now we move to the consent agenda as amended. Do we have a motion on the amended consent agenda?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve, I take it.
Approve.
I will second. Any discussion on the amended consent agenda?
I do have discussion about under the, let me pull it up. Just a second. Where's budget? I mean,
Does anyone else have any discussion on the amended consent agenda? All right.
just a second, Judge. It is. Under appropriation, there's an appropriation adjustment. I would, I have some questions about that. However.
Ask.
Okay. So that first appropriation adjustment, it looks like we're taking 1.5 million from someplace or from undesignated and moving it over to the sheriff's department. Is that correct? Still trying to get. Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up too.
So on the appropriation adjustments, the undesignated is first on that, and it is reducing the undesignated by 1.5 million, approximately 1.6 million.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe it's,
What's the item we're talking about here? What's the item we're talking about?
it's appropriation adjustments.
Okay, well, it should have a number and a letter. What is it?
F1.
Okay.
So what? And it's taking, of that 1.5, approximately 1.6, 1.3 is going over to confinement for security contract.
Okay. Was that security, why are we doing that right now? Was that security contract not budgeted for? Why are we taking?
It's two contracts. One that was approved last week, last court session, which was USAPD, and finishing out, and that's for the remainder of this fiscal year. And the other one is DeltaCon, which we are discontinuing effective June.
Which
July
one's
12th.
which? I think DeltaCon is the smaller amount.
DeltaCon is just to finish them out. We're no longer using them. Going over to USAPD. Of that amount, the contract had been originally budgeted in FY25, and there was no appropriations, no request for budget in FY26 for this. So
Okay.
we're having to make money available.
All right, so what I just heard is it was budgeted for for FY25. In FY26, the sheriff's department did not budget for this needed security contract. Okay.
Yes and no. So in FY25, we budgeted it for a portion of the FY26 budget.
Okay. But
Approximately 1.2, 1.3.
1.3 million, $1.3 million security contract.
Correct.
Was not budgeted for by our sheriff's department. Did y'all hear that? That is irresponsible. So now it appears that we're having to go to undesignated, a reserve fund to get this money so that he can have this security contract. This is insanity. This is not how you govern. So I just want to make sure I understood that, because that is a large amount for us to be moving around right now for an item that is traditionally budgeted for. And he's not here to explain, how many years have we had a security contract?
Well, we've had a security contract for quite some time.
Yes.
Portion of it was.
That's good. So for quite some time, and so you forget, you neglect to, you decide not to. I just cannot make this make sense. So this impacts our reserve fund, correct?
Undesignated.
Is undesignated in reserves or part of reserves?
So we have a reserve and an undesignated. And the combination of them both is what we call, undesignated is for unanticipated costs, which we present to the court on appropriation, through appropriation adjustments.
But it's reserved, money sitting in reserves, right?
It is money that we use to calculate the reserve percentage, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, any other questions or comments on the consent agenda as amended? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. Commissioner Ramirez is a yes, passes unanimously. Now we go to the first item pulled from consent, which is K2, which is under emergency management, consideration of an agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation for emergency management access to traffic camera video feeds.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
So why is this agreement needed at this time? And what operational problem is it intended to solve?
So I appreciate the question, Commissioner. So it is a situational awareness for our Emergency Operations Center. I can give you a use case example. My previous jurisdiction, we had a power line drop on I-35 South, and we were able to pull up those cameras and watch the crews and make sure they had the resources they need to rectify that situation. So I'm not saying it's an urgent need, but we are aiming in the Emergency Operations Center to build our situational awareness out so that we can help with countywide issues.
Okay, give me another example of how it might be.
So we also use it, so like whenever weather's coming in, we'll pull it up to look at the weather, and as it comes towards the county, we can just discuss with our partners what it's looking like and go from there.
Okay, good. Thank you
Yes,
for
ma'am.
helping me with that. Does this agreement expand the ability or the sheriff's office or criminal district attorney's office for them to monitor, collect, retain, or use video footage for investigative purposes?
No, ma'am, it's all housed in TxDOT, and TxDOT doesn't give us the data. Basically just monitoring
Okay.
cameras is all we're doing.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
all I had.
All right, any other questions on this item? All right, please cast your votes. All right, we have a yes from Commissioner Ramirez, passes unanimously. Next item is N2. N2 is under HIV Administration Consideration of Amendment Number 1 to the fiscal year 26-27 Health Resources and Services Administration Ryan White Treatment Extension Act Part A Notice of Award. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yeah, quick question. The details page states that full funding is expected. However, page 3 of the notice of award under program-specific terms shows total funding of $5.9 million with 5.8 received to date and 109,853 remaining. So does amendment number 1 represent only the remaining balance of the current award, or is there additional FY 26-27 Ryan White Part A funding expected beyond the 5.9?
Okay, so thank you for your question. We are anticipating receiving a little over $109,000 in additional funding, which is carryover. I agree it's kind of confusing as it is written, but we will be getting another notice of award probably in July for that remaining balance.
So where is the documentation or communication that supports that expectation? It was not included.
No, we submit an unobligated balance request to HRSA, which generates that carryover request. So we're in the beginning phases of requesting carryover.
All right, thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, any other questions on this item? We have a motion and a second. We have a yes from Commissioner Ramirez. Passes unanimously. Next up is item N5. N5.
I got that figured out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Does that mean you have no questions on N5?
That's correct.
N5 is consideration of Amendment 1 to the fiscal year 26 Health Resources and Services Administration Ryan White Treatment Extension Act Part C, subrecipient contract with Can Community Health, Inc. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. We have a yes from Commissioner Ramirez. Passes unanimously. Now we go to P2. P2 is from Human Resources, consideration to adopt revisions to the Salary Administration Guidelines. Questions, comments, or motion?
Move for approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item P2. Discussion.
I don't think P2 is me.
Road and bridge pay.
Ah. Let me catch up.
I have a comment, not a question. I think that this is a good first step. However, I would ask that the county administrator go back and see if there are other essential employees involved who should be included in this as well.
So this was the most confusingly written amendment or passage or whatever. I had to call and try to understand this, like all of us, my whole staff. So what it sounds like is that in a disaster declaration or an ice day or something, currently, my road and bridge staff, they volunteer to come and sand the roads. I guess they don't have to, and take care of the roads during the event. So this is them coming in and getting paid. It said 1 times their salary, which was 1 times 1 is 1, but Helen tried to explain it to me. So they get, if they make $50 an hour, they get the $50 an hour plus another $50 an hour, correct?
Correct. That 1 times is really payroll speak. The way that we would actually normally talk about it, non-payroll would be double time. It's just
That's
the
what I
way that it's
said.
written. It's just, that's a payroll speak.
Helen said, no, ma'am. Did you? I was like,
Yeah.
You couldn't write it that way.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. And so are they, at this point, and Commissioner Ramirez, remind me, I remember we talked about this, are they mandated to come in or is it still voluntary?
That is really one of the changes that we make. If the AG or the county judge declares a disaster, it is within the purview of each of you commissioners to mandate whether your people come in, and if you do, then they would be paid.
Okay, because as it stands, mine volunteer, and just about all of them volunteer to come in. So I don't even see a need to have to mandate, but just wanted to get clarification on that. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions or comments on item P2?
Judge, my comment would be first, thanks staff for putting this together. I echo Commissioner Simmons' sentiment that it is very, very confusing in the language that was put on paper. But I recall asking for a measure similar to this so that we could compensate those folks that, went above and beyond to protect our communities during an ice storm, put their own safety at risk to do it. I wish we could have done it retroactively, but I understand this is the way that we can do it for the future, because those folks truly are the ones that keep the community humming, even when, everybody else is stuck at home. So I just appreciate staff's effort, and I'll be voting in favor.
Yeah, I echo those comments. I know we all bragged on precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4 last ice storm for the great work that they did in doing it. So thank you again to our road and bridge crews. You guys are doing an awesome job.
I guess I want to reiterate, I think it's a good and necessary first step, but I would like the administrator to go back to see if there are any other essential workers who could benefit from this as well. Just thinking towards the future.
Okay, any other comments on this? All right, Commissioner Ramirez, you're a yes here. All right, so that's unanimous, passes 5-0. Now we go to the last item pulled from consent, which is T8. I believe that's under purchasing. Yes, it is. That's an annual contract for payroll services and temporary labor in elections administration. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yes, so expenses for the last 12 months were $376,452.80. The request for FY '27 budget is $3 million. Can you explain that? And Clint explained a little bit of it yesterday, but if you would.
Yes. So we then went back and looked at the numbers. So there's an error in the last 12 months expenditures. The 376,000 is only for HR and juvenile services. The actual is 3 million from last year. We did not include elections numbers because we don't issue purchase orders for the election workers. They do payments directly through the auditor's office. My recommendation is that we fix the court communication and bring it back next month.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Clint.
Is Clint talking? Okay. Clint, we have no issues. You have no issues with that down there, right?
No, sir.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
We're still good. We still have some time, so if we want to bring it back, but it's not going to change any of the numbers. We're still going to be requesting the 3 million. All it will do is update what we've expended in the past year.
And 3 million is on average what you spend.
It's actually less than what we have spent on average, but since the legislation has changed and we now are no longer required to have so many polling locations that we have to staff even though they're not utilized, by reducing the number of polling locations, I can reduce the staff, and this is an attempt to reduce my FY '27 budget because a very big portion of my budget is this temporary labor. So we're actually asking for less than what we have used in the past.
And just so I'm clear, before I withdraw my motion, the reason why we're not ready to vote on it is what?
My understanding is in the court communication, what it says for what we have spent in the last 12 months is inaccurate.
It's very inaccurate.
It's less than what we spent. We spent north of 3 million in the last 12 months.
Okay.
So
So if in the the court communique says 376, the actual amount of money spent is?
5.8 million.
Okay. And this doesn't present any issues if we do it next month?
It shouldn't, Judge.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
I do have a question, Clint, while you're up there. So the original award packet said prior year expenses were approximately 2.7 million. You know, the first renewal packet later reported expenses of approximately 4.39 million. Can you explain why the reported cost increased by roughly 1.63 million?
I'm not sure which years you're talking about, but when there was the change in the legislation that upped the minimum number of polling locations that we had to have, then that's why we had a significant increase in labor costs, because now we went from traditionally somewhere around 220 to 30 locations to 349 that we had to staff. Then this last legislative session, the legislature went back, said, nope, we went too far, that was too many. They cut it back down, so now we're able to reduce back down and save costs.
Okay. And so your labor cost was hand counting included in any of this? The cost to hand count?
We've been doing a post-election hand count audit for years. It just had a different name. So it is included in all this.
Okay, but for a full hand count, not just a few precincts. You've always hand counted a few precincts after an election, correct?
Correct.
After the SD9 election, you did a hand count audit of all of the precincts, right?
Yes, we did. But the SD9 election wasn't even an election that was on our calendar to budget for. We had to, when we're working out the budget, we always anticipate that there could be additional costs where you run into a special election or something that's called. So we have to add in there in case one of those is called to cover those costs.
Sure, but are these, have you budgeted to do a complete hand count audit of the general election in November?
No, we wouldn't budget to do a complete hand count. That'd be astronomically expensive because it would be so difficult due to the number of races and the measures on the ballot. That would take an extremely long time and a huge staff to accomplish something that large. The SD9 was special in that it was one race with only 2 candidates. It does not get easier than that. So it was the fastest way to count north of 90,000 ballots.
And so you anticipate doing just the traditional hand counting of a few precincts for the general?
It'll depend on what the random precincts come down from the Secretary of State they send us in the general election, but it will be more than likely 3 election day sites, 3 early voting sites, and then I would guess 7 precincts probably for the early voting absentee.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to withdraw my motion, and I'll make a motion from what I'm hearing down here to postpone this until next month.
Second.
Does he have to withdraw a second?
What if I don't want to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I missed your second. I'm so
So
sorry.
does he have to withdraw? He don't have to withdraw a second.
Judge, the motion to postpone takes precedent over the main motion that has been made.
Okay.
And also, if you're proceeding without objection to withdrawal of the motion, then it's a moot point.
And just so I understand this, why don't we just withdraw the motion and take no action at this time?
There's a practical issue with the ability of the agenda management software to close out the vote once a motion has been made and a second has been made and it's been opened.
Well, obviously something we should probably fix. All right, so I've made a motion to postpone my own motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Where a yes from Commissioner Ramirez passes unanimously, so now you don't take the other vote. We've postponed it.
Correct.
Okay, now we go to public hearings. This is a public hearing to consider the fiscal year 2026 Tarrant County Housing Assistance Office Annual Agency Plan. The public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to speak on this public hearing item? Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Tarrant County Housing Assistance Annual Plan for fiscal year 2026. I appreciate the work that staff has done. On page 5, there's a form, and that form is the resident advisory comments. And did the resident advisory board have comments? And the yes is checked. And then it later says if it's checked, the comments need to be submitted. And in the document, I found the notice, the attendance sheet with a list of the attendees of the resident advisory board, the time they signed into the Zoom, and the agenda, but does not appear to be any comments or any narrative. So could you please resolve that? Thank you.
Thank you.
In the agenda, it didn't show that you could even speak on this issue, and that's what I'm objecting to, because I used my time, my 1 minute, to talk about this, and then now you say it's open, which it should have been to begin with, but it should have had in the agenda that we could speak, and that was not the case. And I had the same concern about the tenant group omission, but also the fact that we have so few vouchers and so many people that need them, and no discussion on that no county money, don't even talk about county money when the application, the window for applications is typically closed, and that's true for Fort Worth as well. And we have so many people who need help. Thank you.
All right, next.
So, do I have 5 seconds or no, 1 minute? I'm Catherine Godby. There's housing crisis going on. The CEO of the Center for Transforming Lives, which has $2.3 million from Tarrant County for housing assistance, said in a Fort Worth report article in April, quote, "The need is so much greater than the resources available." 3 of you probably question the value of a government-provided social safety net, but one recent study found that people who receive government help tend to credit the entity most visible. So it's possible that giving Human Services Department a chance to become more efficient might have meant more votes for you guys in November. In any case, since, as she said, the need is so much greater than the resources available, I hope you'll consider in your budgeting increasing the funding for this important service to our county's most vulnerable citizens.
Thank you. Dr. Harrell?
Thank you for acknowledging that public comments are allowed on public hearings. However, as Linda said, the agenda still states no public comments. I simply signed up saying that I wanted to speak, and I did receive a confirmation that I could speak. So I am speaking to process. There's also a lack of clarity on the amount of time allowed. As Catherine just asked, do I get 5 seconds or do I get a minute? There needs to be clarity in the rules of decorum that public hearing is a separate allocation of time. At this point, it refers to the rules of decorum 1A1, which is where you go from 3 minutes to 2 minutes to 1 minute. And I think that needs to be changed so that it's clear that speaking at public hearings is a separate item, because after all, that's what a public hearing is. You are to hear from citizens, and that's why we're here.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else wish to speak on this item? All right, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Commissioner Ramirez is a yes. And me passes unanimously. Next is a public hearing to consider authorizing the placement of stop signs within the Bonita Oaks subdivision in Precinct 4. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, are you about to get up to speak to this? I guess that's a no. All right, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion there? Please cast your vote. Commissioner Ramirez is a yes. Passes unanimously. I will now make a motion to authorize the placement of stop signs within the Bonita Oaks subdivision.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that item? All right, please cast your votes. Yes, Commissioner Ramirez. Are you watching him? So recorded if he says yes, okay, so I can stop saying it. All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to the administrator section, consideration of out-of-state travel requests. Do we have a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item A1. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 2, consideration of an exception to the travel policy, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, cast your vote. All right, that one passes unanimously. Now, B1 is one of the items that we're going to get a legal briefing, legal discussion on, so that we will move past that one. now we come to B2. That's not the same thing. B2, consideration of a request for variance from the Tarrant County Development Regulations Manual, Tarrant County Municipal Utility District Number 2 in Precinct 2. Joseph.
Good afternoon, members of the court. So this variance request relates to the right-of-way dedication requirement in our Development Regulations Manual. Instead of a 60-foot right-of-way, the applicant is requesting to dedicate a 54-foot right-of-way. This is part of a municipal utility district, and that district is responsible for construction, operation, and maintenance in perpetuity, which we included in the court communication. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
You're not opposed to this?
Staff is not, no, sir.
Yes. All right. Any questions, comments, or motion on item 2?
No, that was my question. So move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item B2. Any discussion?
I'll just make a comment if that's okay, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, these municipal utility districts are created in Austin, you know, as these legal entities that manage the utilities inside of these developments. One of the reasons why I would prefer, you know, local involvement through PIDs or any other district mechanism is that we would have control over density and make sure that to make sure that the quality of construction fits in with the neighboring communities, et cetera. And so I'm curious, I guess it's a question, not a comment anymore. I'm curious, was there any effort on the MUD to reach out to Precinct 2 and discuss maybe if this was acceptable or what they would provide in return for offering the variance from our policies? Because on MUDs, we have no control. We don't have a seat at the table. Joseph, did anybody from the MUD reach out and offer to sit down in a planning meeting, or is this development just something that the community wants over there? I'm curious.
They did schedule what we call our pre-construction advisory committee meetings that our office hosts, just to come in, talk about their conceptual plan. It is a 454-acre development. I think the full build-out's about 1,300 residential lots, and those are small size, high-density development. I can't speak to if they reached out to Precinct 2 directly, but I know they did reach out to our office, and we made sure to coordinate with Precinct 2 staff on that coming down the pipeline.
All right, thanks, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Please cast your votes. All right, for those present at the moment, it passes 4-0. Next is item C1 from Facilities Management, consideration of Tim Curry Criminal Justice Center reorganization projects.
Move for approval.
I'll second this. Go ahead. Do you have something you'd like to add, or do we have questions for him?
No, sir, I was just standing at the ready.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've got just a couple questions. We talked about this a lot. You know my big concern, and that is that our facilities department is going to self-perform this work. And this is a substantial project, would you say?
Yes, ma'am, it's a series of projects.
Series of projects. So how many of our staff, your staff, are going to be dedicated to doing all of these renovations?
So this staff in particular is the self-performed staff. It's the carpenter shop. Those specific individuals performing our portions of that work is a tally of 5. We have been we have been performing work at a very elevated rate over the last year, and really honed our business model, structuring and sequencing, and combination with subcontractors that we believe strongly we can not only facilitate this work, I think we can knock it out of the park.
Okay. What's the timeline? Is Tim Curry going to be in destruction mode for years and years and years?
Well, if I could paint a prettier picture, it'll be
Please.
suite by suite, so it won't be the whole structure in disarray. It's a series of projects in that we refine one suite, we move a department into it, that alleviates a space that we then go work in, so we're not displacing any staff, and we move them through that cycle. There's a total of 24, but 3 of those are strictly furnishings.
So let's back up just a bit. For the public's sake, tell them what's happening.
Yes, ma'am. So as a function of the county, over time, the DA's office has been short of offices to the tune at this time of about 25 office spaces. The DA's office and investigator spaces need to have private offices. It's not like the cone of silence private office, but it's an office where they can have interviews and not divulge private information between the people they're interviewing. Previously, about a year ago, the main function of relocating the Second Court of Appeals over to the Vandergrift building was presented and declined. That was an $8.2 million construction project.
Right.
10.3 including all soft costs. The court declined that as a significant expenditure and tasked facilities with reanalysis of the Tim Curry building to find out if there is any way possible to reorganize the chairs on the deck of the ship, so to speak. We've gone through a process over that last year of interviewing each department in the building, making determinations for efficiency, what can be done to compress departments, and then analyzing the needs of each department to make sure we can accommodate those needs without luxury, so to speak. We're refining this and compressing departments. So there's no less luxury. In doing this, we've created enough spaces designated for design to accommodate the DA's needs. We've compressed the district the district clerk's spaces. We've compressed the county clerk's spaces. And beside that, we've just traded spaces. We have consolidated the court's services into one location as they desired in the basement of the building. And basically, we've accommodated everybody. Can't say everybody's happy about it, but the overall design and plan does seem to accommodate all the needs.
That was my next question. 2 more questions. This is at the DA's request, but what about our other elected officials? Are they cool with this? They're making it work? Or you want them to speak for themselves?
I'd hate to speak for anyone else. I can tell you from my conversations with the district clerk, they are not against this. I'm not going to say they're going to cheer about it. On the second hand, I can say from my conversations with the county clerk, she is not very excited about it.
Okay. What about the Lawyers Lounge? They have approached me year after year needing accommodations other than a big room or speaking to their clients in stairwells. Are
Yes,
they being
ma'am.
accommodated?
Yeah, so we we interviewed with them just as we did all the other departments within the building. The accommodations we're making for them, although they will relocate out of their existing space into a smaller space, they will gain square footage elsewhere that is functional and practical. It's interview rooms associated with the courtroom floors, which is one of the key items of necessity they highly desired. In the total square footage picture of that building, they're about a push. They gain maybe 100 square feet total.
Okay. Okay. And the cost. So last year when you brought it, well, not you, but you'd been here a couple of weeks or something. It was $8.5 million. What's this going to cost?
$2.223 million.
Okay, that's self-performed, and you will sub out some of the work, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're required to sub out certain portions of the work that we can't self-perform. Glass and glazing, electrical, HVAC, those items, they're on annual contract. And then to answer your earlier question that I didn't actually kind of wrap up with, is the projected schedule, all 24 projects combined is between 16 and 18 months of duration.
Oh, I'll be throwing you a parade if you're able to accomplish that with that budget, so.
We're
all
up to
right.
the challenge.
Mary Louise, did you have any input or? Okay, all right, thank you so much.
I'm going to hold you to that, the parade.
I-
If that happens.
I will.
We got it on video.
All right, anybody else have any questions or comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. All right, it passes unanimously. Which one was that? Next is item F2, consideration of a property use request and fee waiver from the Office of Commissioner Lisa Simmons to use the sub-courthouse in Arlington for Precinct 2 Town Hall meetings.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I've got a question. And I'm just going to be completely straight, and you can be completely straight with me. So I've been here since January of last year, and none of the commissioners, except for redistricting that I remember, have held any town halls in any of their courthouses. Seems very, very coincidental, maybe, that these town halls line up right when the election season is really ramping up. We've got 4 and 4 months, which is right during the heat of that. Kind of seems like to me maybe we're using the fee waiver and access to the courtrooms that could be for political activity. So that's my just real honest thought. Like, okay, I haven't seen this before. I haven't seen it precinct 1, precinct 3, precinct 4, precinct 2 up until this point. So can you tell me why all of a sudden this is kind of coming up and it needs to be 4 of them in 4 months, and then it kind of stops right after early voting starts?
Absolutely. So I've been here longer than you.
Yes.
I have about 6 or 7 town halls a year since I've been here. Our county staff, we've done budget town halls, we've done public health, we've done JPS, we've done all sorts of town hall meetings to educate the public about how their county works and, and give them access to the people that run their county. So this is absolutely nothing new.
So no political activity, nothing partisan, no email
Absolutely.
gathering,
No,
no
you
any of
can't.
that stuff?
No, you can't do that. I'm not unethical in any way. I think we've had the sheriff do a town hall. I mean, it's county services. It's what we do. It's not anything outside of the county. We are happy to send you all of the flyers from the all of my years doing this. The reason we're a little late starting this time is because my staff got cut. And so we had dedicated people focused on projects and town halls and that type of thing. And so those people had to go. So we are planning to do a budget town hall that will have Matt and Helen and all of that. It's just information about the county. So
What are the 4 town halls?
I'll have to ask my staff. I don't know if we've got them all decided yet, but yes, I think jail, like I said, budget, and I don't think we've got them all mapped out yet.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, please cast your vote. Commissioner Ramirez, anything? It's 2-2, and you're up.
Oh, I vote nay.
Okay. All right, so it fails 2-3. Next up is consideration of a property use request and fee waiver from the Southern University Alumni Fort Worth chapter to use the sub-courthouse and Orange Community Room to host the Southern University student send-off.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is D1, consideration of a memorandum of understanding between Tarrant County and Rangers Baseball LLC for the 27th Annual Tarrant County Employee Picnic
Move for
at
approval.
Globe Life Field.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Next up, item 2, consideration to adopt the revised tuition reimbursement program policy. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? All right, please cast your votes. Did you get, there it is, passes unanimously. Item 3, consideration to adopt the entry-level driver training program for commercial driver's license policy.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Let's see, which one of these? D6. Okay, D4 is consideration of a change to the table of organization in the 323rd District Court.
Move for approval.
I'll second it. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item D5, consideration of a change to the table of organization criminal courts. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move for approval.
We have a motion on this. Do we have a second?
Dies for lack
Can
of-
somebody tell me from the staff what exactly this is doing? And why it's needed?
Parliamentary inquiry. Sounds like this dies for lack of a second. I mean,
It's not over until I call it over.
No,
And we
there's
get to
no
have our
second.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it
We
do-
get
you-
to ask questions whether there's a second or not. Someone may
Parliamentary
decide to make a
inquiry.
second. There is no parliamentarian here.
Ye-
I have
no,
ruled,
no,
you
this
are
is a-
welcome.
This is a body. There
We
is
don't have a
parliamentary
parliamentarian.
procedure.
So, hang on.
Parliamentary inquiry.
As the presiding
Answer
officer,
the
there is
question.
no parliamentarian here. You are welcome to challenge my ruling if you would like to challenge my ruling by making a motion.
There is no second on the floor, right?
Okay, would you please answer the question that I had? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Commissioners, my name is Emily LaChance. I'm the Chief Magistrate for Criminal Courts. The request is to add a new full-time magistrate for central magistration, as well as a full-time, what we refer to as an MSO, a Magistrate Support Officer. So I started this role that was newly created in December of 2024. And one of the big things I was first tasked with was to rework our central magistration schedule to be more efficient so that we can get inmates, defendants who are brought into our jail magistrated timely. There is a statutory requirement for misdemeanors that they be magistrated and considered for a bond on misdemeanor cases in 24 hours and in felonies in 48 hours. Due to a number of factors, increase in our general population in Tarrant County, SB 9 being passed in September of 2025, which is causing more time to evaluate the cases to see whether it's a case based upon criminal history that a magistrate could set or one of our new associate judges, or whether it needs to go to a district judge. We are just not getting to these individuals efficiently enough. When I look at the schedule, and I've worked several of these central magistration schedules, in the morning at 9 a.m., our 9 p.m. docket is being loaded with inmates, which will tell you that we have individuals who are waiting up to 12 hours just to see a magistrate, which is costing the county money for the jail for them to sit there. Our goal is to get to them as quickly as possible. I currently have 2 magistrates working in tandem, side by side, 21 out of 24 hours of a day, tag teaming these dockets, trying to get to them as quickly as possible, and this is still happening.
In an effort to figure out why this was happening and whether we needed a new position, I ran a bunch of reports, which I took to county administration for them to review, and I believe they were able to verify that we can save the county money if we can get another magistrate who can say, don't load these people on the 9 p.m. docket, let us see them currently now so that we can get them evaluated for a bond. That will enable us to comply with the law and allow these people, if they're able to post a bond, to get out of jail quicker and not be wasting space in our booking room floor or being sent to be housed at the jail and then having to be brought back to see a magistrate. So that is what we are asking for.
All right, anybody have any other questions for her? All right, I'll second your motion. All right, we have a first and a second. Any other discussion?
Judge, I just have a comment. That's
Sure.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, typically during the budget season is whenever we discuss additions or subtractions to authorize strengthened positions. Why didn't this come up in the last year's budget discussions? And why now, just several months before the next fiscal year's budget?
So like I said, I started this position in December 2024. It took me a little while to adjust our current schedule to see if we could fix this in-house with some scheduling moves and some scheduling adjustments. We were able to keep stuff going along and work fairly more efficiently. And then when SB 9 came, it became a snowball effect. It was just taking our magistrates longer, taking them more time to evaluate the cases and look at their criminal history and triage where they should go to comply with the law that was passed. And from there, that was when I started to look at, do we need to adjust again? Do we need to move our schedule around again? And anything we were doing, it just wasn't making as much of a difference as I thought we could. And that's when I started running reports and looking at the raw data to see what was happening. And that was when I discovered that in the last year alone, just based upon charges that are filed, we are up about 6%. That's not to say that cases that are filed are up. You can have a cause number and it can have 5 or 6 charges on it. A magistrate has to magistrate and set a bond on each one of those charges. That number is up alone 6% approximately from last year, which has increased our workload. When I looked at that and presented it to administration, they were able to verify that as well. So it's just been an overall growth compounded with the new law that's taken us longer to look at the cases individually.
All right, any
Thank
other?
you. Again, it was a very creative wordsmithing to get to generating enough savings to offset the added positions in the court communication. I think, I'll vote for this if you say you need it, but ultimately we have a window now to see if the savings actually come through in efficiencies. So thanks for bringing it.
Good questions. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, it passes unanimously. Brings us, we're skipping D6 and 7 until after closed session. Now we come to purchasing. Do we have any questions, comments, or issues with E1 through 22?
I want 20, I've got questions about 20.
Questions about 20?
Yes, 20.
Anybody have any questions on items 1 through 19 or 21 and 22?
I move for approval on those items.
Of 1 through 19 and 21 and 22. All right, we have a motion and a second on that. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we go to item, whatever that was, E20, consideration of contract for SAP license upgrade to S4 HANA. Questions, comments, or motion?
Move for approval.
All right, we have a
I'm
motion
sorry.
to approve.
Excuse me,
What?
on number 20, that was one we held till after closed.
Oh, it was?
Yes, sir.
That was it. That was the fourth one. Okay. There's nothing wrong. We can leave a motion pull your motion.
I rescind it.
Okay, there it is. All right, we'll address that in closed. So now we come to, I think I left out 23. All right, move to approve item E23.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there?
Yes, got a couple questions. Why did we choose to terminate this contract with that primary vendor?
Yeah, so the primary vendor reached out to us and said that he can no longer hold the prices, and he asked for a 20% increase. It wasn't anything that we could.
What was his reasoning for not being able to hold the prices?
It's listed in the backup of the court communication due to the price of fuel and oil. That's the reason that he asked for increase. We also reached out to the secondary and alternate, and neither of them could hold their pricing as well. We do have the emails from both of those vendors.
I didn't see those.
So one of the emails from the vendor stated that the market is so volatile with oil pricing that they just couldn't hold it. And then the secondary vendor said they can't not maintain the contract at the current pricing.
Okay, all right, so will this impact county operations while a new bid is being procured?
No, will not.
Okay. So for people who, think gas prices oil prices just concern them, it impacts the county too. So of course, we're gonna have to pay more. I don't think anybody's gonna come in and undercut themselves. So, yeah, I was just curious. So the secondary and the alternate vendors, they're like,
So none of the three vendors, primary, secondary, nor alternate, can hold their pricing.
not gonna be able to hold those prices. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, for clarification purposes, my motion is to approve the termination and grant permission to rebid. Does your second match that? Whoever
Yes.
made the second? Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments, or discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 24, permission to take bids and RFPs.
Move for approval?
We have a motion to
Second.
approve. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. All right, next we have appointments to various boards and commissions. Do we have any appointments to boards, commissions, committees, or TIF district boards?
Judge, I have one appointment to make for two different freshwater supply districts, Tarrant County Freshwater Supply District number 1 and number 2. I'd like to appoint Greg Holly.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for those appointments. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? All right, seeing none, we now move to briefing on Tarrant County financial reserves and undesignated fund.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I have a couple slides for us today to give an update on our undesignated budget and the use of our reserves. Let me make sure, okay, there we go. Okay, so as we have here, our amended total budget for undesignated is $7.6 million. Of that amount, we've used approximately $2.7 million, which is broken up into these percentages by category, with a remaining budget of $4.8 million, which is approximately 64% remaining. So for the uses of our undesignated budget, we've used public safety as the majority of 32.5%, 5%, of approximately $2.4 million, community services of 2.7%, judicial 0.6%, and general administrators of 0.1%, about $8,000. We still have about 5 months left in the fiscal year. There are still some other potential impacts to undesignated as we move forward. We won't know those, though, until we get further into the fiscal year, and we can continue to update the court as we need to. So that is our undesignated budget. When we look at our reserves, we have not touched reserves this year. And again, as I just stated before, we have 5 more months left in the fiscal year. There are some headwinds that we face when we look at reserves. And remember, reserves is the absolute last resort for any emergency or unplanned expense. Moving into what we've talked about previously would be our group insurance, which could have an impact on reserves, and then also our overtime, and overtime related throughout the county, but particularly for the sheriff's office. So those are my 2 brief slides. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, any questions for Matt?
Yes. Go ahead.
Ladies
No,
first.
I'm too long.
Okay.
Just
Thank you for the report, Matt. I've got a couple of questions. Many of the public safety draws listed here are necessary operational expenses, including building security, constable part-time salaries, and county burials. But from a county government perspective, public safety is also, in my opinion, affected by housing stability, utility assistance, mental health access, and family support. When the county evaluates undesignated fund requests, do we have a framework that recognizes prevention and community stabilization as a part of the county's broader public safety strategy? Law enforcement is a part of it, but I believe we need to take a holistic approach and perspective and view when we're considering public safety. Because when those things that I mentioned are threatened or unstable, it lends to people doing things to make sure that they can make ends meet. So are we considering those things when we are creating our public safety strategy?
Yes, sir. We do not have a specific framework for that, but as we review any undesignated request, and it's not really a request, it's more of a unmet need that we look at, we evaluate that from soup to nuts. So depending on how that impacts the county, how it impacts the constituents of the county, we look at it from a cost-saving standpoint, along with what value it provides. So yes, sir, we do look at that, and we do make sure that those are all presented to Commissioners Court for evaluation through the appropriation adjustments also.
I appreciate that, but I would like this court to consider including that in the strategy that we create.
No, absolutely. We can take that from here and give you a framework.
All right. When undesignated funds are used during the year, how does the budget office determine whether those uses align with the priorities adopted during the regular budget process? Is there a scoring process, equity review, departmental justification, or any formal comparison of the competing needs?
We do, again, another analysis. It'd be kind of a similar answer to the question previously. So we perform our analysis. What we want to make sure is that it's a need. If it's a statutory requirement, well, of course, we're going to do it. But if it results in a long-term savings for the county, that's when we would present it to Commissioners Court.
Okay, 2 more.
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
This is a question on the risk of underinvesting in safety net services. When we talk about fiscal risk, we often talk about reserves, credit ratings, and operating continuity. But does the county also evaluate the fiscal risk of underinvesting in social programs or safety net programs, particularly when unmet needs can later show up, like I said, in higher jail costs, emergency health costs, court costs, homelessness-related costs, et cetera, et cetera?
Right, so that would be something we would take direction from the court. We don't consider that necessarily as we're going through our undesignated uses.
Okay. Last question. Will staff be able to provide the court and the public with a regular report showing undesignated fund requests, approved users, denied or underfunded or unfunded requests, remaining balance, and the rationale for each allocation?
So we do submit that each time through the appropriation adjustments. So y'all do see it at each time before we use undesignated. As it results, as you talk about requests that we receive, we don't really have a standard process for that, but we'd be happy to consider that and bring you something back.
Yeah, I think it's important from a transparency perspective that the community sees that and understands it.
Okay, yes, sir.
Oh, and last one. This
No,
the last one.
no, you said 2.
Do we have a precinct level geographic breakdown of where undesignated funds have had the greatest impact this fiscal year, particularly for community service, rental assistance, utility assistance, constable support, and county burials. And this is, I guess you could consider selfish, because I want to know how those things are affecting my precinct.
Now, understand, we do not, but we'd be happy to put something together.
I would appreciate it if you do that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, great questions, Commissioner. Because I was sitting here, was asking my staff, have we ever seen a formal analysis document? Something that he's asked for, and I don't think we've seen that before. So last time you presented to the court on budget reserves, you clarified a few important questions about the use of reserves. So today I want to go just a step further. Setting aside whether we are above or below the county's 10% reserve policy threshold, in dollar terms, are the county's reserves today stronger, weaker, or about the same as they were in fiscal year 2024?
2024. I do not have that in front of me. I could answer to 2025, but I can come back with 2024.
All right. It's interested in 24, but go ahead and answer it for 25.
In 25, we're in a very similar situation, similar headwinds. Also considering council fees, which is our indigent defense, which is our largest unfunded mandate, those are starting to hit more and more. We have not hit undesignated with those expenses yet, but that's something to consider as we move forward. So actually, we would be in a better position this year than we were in 25.
Okay. So you talked about maybe having to go to reserves for healthcare cost. We talked about that before up here. Does relying on reserves while adopting tax rates below the no new revenue rate generally increase future budget risk by reducing financial flexibility? Yes or no?
Say that one more time.
So does relying on reserves while adopting tax rates below no new revenue generally increase future budget risk?
I would say yes, but I would also say that we do not rely on reserves. Reserves are a last-ditch account that we
Sure.
use. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So compared to 3 years ago, have you been here 3 years?
I've been with the county for 13. I've been with budget for just about a year.
Okay. Would you characterize the county's financial flexibility today as stronger, about the same, or weaker?
I would say about the same.
About the same. How much financial flexibility do we have left in reserves to address future operating pressures, overtime costs, staff performance raises, that type of thing?
So we have not used reserves at all this year. In terms of undesignated, we still have 64% remaining, so we are in a healthy position.
Okay. Excluding grants, capital, and one-time items for FY '24 and '25 and year-to-date 2026, did recurring operating cost growth outpace recurring revenue growth?
No, ma'am, because we always present a balanced budget. So they would always go hand in hand.
Okay. All right. So I am concerned for several reasons. First, recurring operating costs have to be measured against recurring revenue, not grants, capital, not one-time cash carry forward, and not fund balance.
So can I expand just a little bit?
Yes.
There? We always set our budget based on the tax rate. We do not balance with cash.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But what I noticed is the shuffling of money. Like I mentioned earlier, the sheriff's department didn't or forgot to budget for their security contract after having had one for years and years. Just didn't do it. So now we're having to shuffle money to take care of the contract. I would surmise that puts stress not only on the budget department, but also on other departmental needs throughout the county. So that's, I see this, and that concerns me. Second, regular expenses including personnel, overtime, insurance, jail operations, and the basic departmental needs. You know, thinking about this like the fiscal conservative that I am, if these costs rise faster than our recurring revenue, more tax rate cuts will eventually cause a budget gap. Is that true?
As we look to fiscal year '27, is that what you're? Yes, ma'am. We would have to consider that in regards to our no new revenue rate and where we want to set our tax rate as a Commissioners Court.
So Matt, how else would we address this other than by making staffing cuts, leaving positions unfilled, continuing to outsource human services to our nonprofit community? Nonprofit community members, many of whom lack the staffing and financial capacity to provide the essential services to those who need them most. Again, Center for Transforming Lives has 3 people working to dole out this money. How else would we, address a potential budget gap?
Well, and that's why we have undesignated and reserves, is to address those gaps. There are various scenarios that we could work through as we move into fiscal 27 to figure out how to balance the budget. And that's what we do. So as we move through perfecting fiscal year 27, we will bring those scenarios to Commissioners Court for consideration.
But reserves are supposed to protect us from shocks, not quietly subsidize routine operations, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if cash carry forward, undesignated balances, or fund balances are being used to address operating pressures, it is imperative that you let us know whether this approach is temporary or a new, more frequent customary practice going into the next fiscal year.
Understood.
Okay?
And I can say these are not defined or these were unplanned uses of undesignated. Specifically the the building security contract. And that, us using this new contract, when we do the analysis for that, we are actually giving the Sheriff's Office some additional personnel to put back into security for the courts. So hopefully that we will alleviate some of the overtime. So that's kind of the long-range thinking that we go into when we analyze any use of undesignated.
At what point would you say the county's liquidity or reserve position has begun to move from manageable to concerning?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure if I can answer that question. I'm not quite sure what you mean.
If you believe the reserve or liquidity position is not a public concern now, tell us which of these triggers would make it a concern for you. For example, is it when reserves fall below 10%? That 10% policy floor? Is it when we use the fund balance to pay for recurring payroll or recurring operating costs? Is it when cash carry forward declines year over year? Is it when undesignated balances are close to depletion, that type of thing? Is it when overtime or insurance has to be covered after adoption?
I would say if we continually have to dip below 10% in reserves, that would be a concern for both us and the rating agencies. But the rating agencies also consider our total fund balance in all, not just the amount we keep in reserves. So continued use, though, does lead to concern. If we continually have to dip into reserves, that is an area of concern.
Okay. Because if there's no clear trigger before we hit the 10% policy floor, we aren't practicing good fiscal management. We're just waiting for a problem to actually show up, and that's not good. So trends matter. Our budget can look technically balanced even as the county's flexibility shrinks right before our eyes. So if the county adopts a tax rate below no new revenue, will we generate enough recurring revenue to cover personnel costs without having to terminate employees or dismantle more departments or use cash carry forward or the fund balance to balance the operating budget?
So I will not be able to answer that until we receive the no new revenue rate. So that, which will be July 25th. When we get the certified tax values, and then we can calculate the no new revenue, Then we can then start balancing to what projected costs would be.
So what I would like for you all to do is to give us scenarios. Give us a scenario that says, if you keep the rate at the current rate, this is what you're looking like. This is what the budget's gonna look like. If you go below the new revenue rate by this couple of points or this few points, this is what it looks like. Instead of giving us, hey, below the no new revenue rate, this is it. What does it look like staying at the current rate? What does it look like going below no new revenue? So that's what I would like for you to show the court. All right, I've got lots more. I'll get you in to talk to you about it. But I do want to ask you this. What range of liquidity and reserve positions does Hilltop suggest would raise concerns for our rating?
So best practice, which is GFOA standard, is 16.7%. Excuse me. Hilltop will have us consider our total overall fund balance, not just our reserve balance. That's what goes into the crediting agencies. So 10% recommended is sufficient by Hilltop.
And remind me, where are we at today relative to that?
To our reserves balance, well, it's going to be 12. I think it's either 13.7 or 12.7. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Matt.
Yes, sir.
All right, anybody else have any questions? All right, next is briefing on the Tarrant County Election Integrity Unit Task Force.
So per Commissioner Simmons' request, we had reached out to the DA and the Sheriff's Office in order to provide complimentary briefings on this. We received word back from the Sheriff's Office and the DA's office that with the shortage of time of the notice to present, that they would not be able to present at this meeting, but if they were requested to brief at a future meeting where they had more time to adequately prepare, they'd be willing to do that.
Okay. Well, we sent questions over, so it should have been easy for them to come and brief us on it. This is a function of the county. I guess it functions daily, or I don't know. It's unfortunate because I do have questions. Like I said, we sent questions over, and I think routine oversight requires information. And residents deserve to know how this task force is operating, what it has accomplished, and how it works to serve the public. And as a county-created body operating under the authority of the county government, its activities should be transparent and accountable and subject to public review. Since this task force was created 3 years ago, this court hasn't received a briefing or an update or a report or any analysis or anything. If staff were present, I would like to be briefed on the work of this task force, the progress made to date, and any next steps moving forward. Like, what's it doing? What specific activities has the task force undertaken since its creation? How many complaints, referrals, or cases has the task force reviewed? Does anybody, do you know?
I don't, ma'am.
No? Does it DA's office? No, I mean, who has the data? It should be, it should not be 3 years later and you get a request to brief the court and you still don't have data. I mean, the data ought to be at the touch of a fingertip. And doesn't have to be the DA, but the person we're paying good money to run the Election Integrity Task Force ought to be able to come over here and spout out a report for this commissioner's court and the public. Does the task force meet? How often does it meet? How is its work documented? Is there a public reporting standard that the task force follows? Where's the dashboard? Where's the public-facing dashboard? Heck, where's the dashboard for commissioners? What resources, staffing, or county funds support the task force work? What safeguards exist to ensure the task force operates independently, objectively, and within the scope of law? Just what y'all doing after 3 years? I mean, really. And who can't run somebody over here to brief us? We're making room for the DA's office, spending all this money, giving them extra space. They've got lots of people, investigators. They have a task force, and we can't get a report, briefing. So, as of June 2024, we're in 2026 now, the public was told there were 82 complaints and 0 charges. As of October 2025, we were told 2 cases had been referred but not accepted by the state. What has changed since then? Can they provide some case numbers, anonymized tracking identifiers for each referral? What is going on over there? And the state already has an election complaint process through the Secretary of State's office. What evidence showed and shows that Tarrant County needs a separate, locally branded task force led by 3 elected officials rather than a standard complaint referral process? How much does the task force cost the county in dollar value? Let's remember that existing staff salaries are still public money and opportunity cost as well. So I mean, if they're scared to come brief, I just ran down most of my questions. We can email them over, they can watch the video. It's not a scary proposition. Just come tell us what you're doing. So.
All right, anything else? All right, now we go to announcements and comments. Do we have any announcements or comments from commissioners?
One simple comment on the Election Integrity Unit and Task Force. I think there is value, and I think it's important to do it in the words of an old preacher I know who says, inspect what you expect. I think there's value in being able to inspect and critically review the information to make sure that it's meeting this court's expectations and this community's expectations. I don't think there's too much to ask.
Okay.
I was just going to ask one thing. You were wanting to recognize some students a little earlier, but they weren't in here. Are they in here now?
I bet those children are back.
No, they are long
Okay.
gone.
I was making sure.
But thank you, though.
All right, the court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. Shh. Executive session will begin at 2:15 p.m. We are now in recess. we are back from recess, and we have 4 items that we could take action on. The first is 9B1, consideration of a request for variance from the Tarrant County Development Regulations Manual, Harmony Park Precinct 2. Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Are you going to put this up?
We're up.
Huh?
I'm up.
Not on mine. There it is. Okay. All right, we have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, is Commissioner Ramirez out? Okay. All right. All right, it passes 3-1 with 1 abstention. Next item is 9D6. 9D6 is consideration of changes to the table of organization, county administrator, intergovernmental relations. Do we have a motion to approve this?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote.
I was hitting my.
Passes unanimously. Next up is item 9D7, consideration of a change to the table of organization, criminal DA.
Move for approval.
Second.
Now we have a motion and a second. Any discussion here? Cast your vote. Passes unanimously. And next is item 9E20. 9E20 is consideration of contract for SAP license upgrade to S4 HANA-Information Technology-SAP America, Inc. I will move to approve
Second.
this contract so long as the only change to the contract is the phrase that you shared with us in closed.
Correct.
Is that enough? Okay. All right, that's my motion. Do we have a second?
Yep.
Okay, I have a second. Any discussion?
Yes. Yep. Andre.
Yep.
I have talked to you about this recently, so I want my colleagues to know this is a concern, or a desire. It's a desire. I am interested in having a constituent communications module in that SAP package. So we're going through all of this upgrading, modernization, and absent is a constituent communication model where constituents can contact us online in an app. I've visited with the SAP folks, executives, months ago. They showed me that they do have that module, how easy it would be to integrate. And I thought it was something basic, and so I was pretty surprised that it was not included in the bundle. When I came on board, I asked the county, the IT department, if they had a way for, constituents to reach out to us, for us to log constituents that did reach out, all of that. They did not. Went to conferences and saw that there were constituent relationship models and management programs. And so told my chief of staff, hey, get with IT, let's see if we can purchase this. And IT, you weren't here, said we can develop that, we can create it. So we have a rudimentary CRM platform. It's not robust. The citizens can't reach out to our office via that platform, but it would be good for every department in the county. And so I would love to see a CRM product in the SAP package. So I imagine that would take a long time to go back and rebid and all that stuff. So I need you to tell me at some point how we can get that, not just for precinct 2, but for the entire county. When I look at other cities and counties, and I can show them, it's just, want to report a pothole, click here, drop down, you enter your information, the location, just all of that. And we should have that. It's 2026. We just don't need to keep being as antiquated as we are. So I'm excited about the SAP upgrade, but I want to go on record, and I'm going to show them what that looks like. And so you're going to make it happen. Might not be SAP, might be something else, I guess. But let us know. And what is your timeline for creating an executive steering committee for implementation of this whole platform?
So we are going for RFPs for the implementation, starting effectively today because you guys approved that RFP. And I've already been working on a document that basically lays out 3 different committees. I have not shared it with my colleagues, and so I want to do that before I send it to anybody else outside. But basically, in my experience implementing ERPs and large-scale legacy migrations, you really need 3 layers of committees. One that is operational and meets on a daily basis and is composed of people in the front lines, and then the people that are effectively executing the implementation, normally called an operational committee. Then you have an executive committee, which is going to be composed of the senior staff in IT and the senior staff in the functional areas that are most affected by the upgrade. And those will meet on a weekly basis, bi-weekly to start with, and then moving to weekly the moment that we start getting into crucial decision-making and into crucial implementation steps. And finally, a sponsorship committee that meets every month and that is used to decide any particular items that might be contentious in terms of direction of the project, and to keep the senior leadership of the county appraised of this very important process and of the progress that is being obtained. And that will include, a certain number of elected officials. You guys will be able to determine that because you don't want this group to be too big.
Right.
But you want this group to have, some say-so in terms of the progress and to keep monitoring the progress so that we can make sure that we don't have any deviations from the course. The document that I'm preparing, I'll be presenting to the senior leadership in the county for approval, changes, and so on and so forth, and they will be approved, submitted for your consideration.
And SAP, the software vendor, will have representation on this, on the what, executive committee, which committee?
The implementation group will have representation
Yes.
in the 2 lower groups, but not in the top one. They will be eventually asked to present on a regular basis, but they will not be represented officially in that body.
So you said the implementation group, right?
In the implementation group, there will be people from the implementation company.
I didn't ask about the implementation group. I asked about SAP, that our vendor, will they be represented?
The vendor will be represented, but the people who are really driving the implementation changes will be the people from the consulting company that we select to do the implementation.
I understand, but the people we're buying this software from.
Oh, they'll be represented.
They need to be represented.
They will be at the table, absolutely.
Okay.
But
that didn't come out clear enough to me.
My apologies for that. No, they will be at the table. But the implementation group that we select, it will be a group that will have large experience in doing exactly what we're doing.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we will eventually select them. Yeah.
Okay, yes,
Now,
I know that. I just want to make sure the vendor is always there.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, anything else?
May I address the CRM question ever so
Sure.
briefly?
Yes.
Okay. So CRM is, a very unique specialty. And although every vendor will come and tell you, yes, we can do that, okay? If you were to ask me, as you have, to implement a CRM system for the entire county, I would not consider SAP to be a front runner in that. There are at least 3 or 4 organizations out there that have better products and that have demonstrated their ability to operate not only within organizations, in the private sector, but also with counties and states and cities, and they have very good track record. And so my suggestion would be that we do a landscape review, go out for RFPs on that, and then make a selection based on their capabilities and the price points and everything else. But I would venture to say that I don't want to go to Oracle for a CRM. I don't want to go to SAP for an CRM. That is not, in their wheelhouse at the level of performance that I would consider to be appropriate. And because those systems have little to no integration with the typical SAP underlying core functions, it's not a big deal.
Okay,
that would be my suggestion.
Okay, that's fine. I would be concerned that some outside firm would not be compatible with SAP,
No.
but you're saying it doesn't have to be.
In the parts that we decide that we should be, it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I look forward to your landscape study and all that good stuff.
Absolutely.
All right. Anybody else have anything? All right. We have a motion and a second. All votes are in. Passes 4-0. Those are all the items we have for today. Thank you for watching. Hope you have a happy July 4th and celebrate America. We are adjourned.